TV. And in today's live broadcast, I'm going to answer a really popular question, and that is, how on earth, right, do you work out the size of your drainage field? Well, it's a lot simpler and easier than this looks, right? Now, this particular formula that I'm about to show you is specifically designed for soakaways in which you're going to use like a herringbone type system made up of perforated pipes and gravel, etc. All right. If you're looking for the calculation to work out the size of the area of your soakaway for septic tank soakaway crates, that's a completely different calculation, so which I'll show you another day. But we're just sticking with a very popular traditional soakaway method. All right. So let me get straight into this. Let me grab my pens here. Okay, so first of all, obviously you must have somewhere in mind where you're going to locate and install your septic tank. Once you've put your tank in, or you've worked out the proposed location of where the septic tank is going, you then need to do this. Wherever the outlet pipe of the septic tank is going to be located, right, you just need to dig a small hole underneath the outlet pipe. Simple, right? Now, the size of the hole is quite small, believe it or not. It's 300 millimeters by 300 by 300 by 300. So it's basically a hole 300 millimeter squared. That's it. It's as simple as that. So dig your little hole. Once you've done that, you then fill, right, the hole up with water. So the water should fill up the hole, and the tide mark should just be below the lip of the outlet pipe of the septic tank. Then basically you leave it for 24 hours, right? So you leave it for 24 hours, and hopefully when you come back, the water will have all drained away. Now, when I say hopefully, what I mean by that is there's certain times of the year where you don't want to carry out this test that I'm showing you. So, for example, say it's rained for the last 2 or 3 days and the ground's waterlogged and saturated, then you wouldn't do this test then, because it would give you a false reading. So you'd wait until you had 2 or 3, 4 dry days, then you could carry the test out, right? Okay, so you've come back the next day, the hole's now empty, which is great. So then you just fill the hole up with water again. Now, this hole here, once you've filled it with water, you've then literally got to imagine that it's broken up into 4 slices, 4 components, right? And each of those slices represents 75 mil. So it's 300 in total deep, and if we break it up into 4 quarters, 4 segments there, each of those slices represents 75 mil. So why is that important? Well, it's important because you wait until the first 75 mil of water has drained away. Don't time it, just wait for it. So what I do, I have little markers in the hole, so tide marks, so you can work out when the water has drained to the required depth. So once the water has drained away 75 mil, and it's now here, the water level is there, you now need to get your stopwatch out, right, and start the time, because then what you do is you work out the time, or you time the time in which it takes the water in the hole to drain away 150 mil, which represents 2 of those 75 mil slices. All right, so you time the time that it takes for the water to drain away, so then all that you're left with is 75 mil. Now, whatever figure you have, you would have your figure in seconds. So let's say you've done your stopwatch, and the time that it's taken to drain 150 mil equals, right, let's say it is 4,000 seconds, right, it took to drain away. That's a very important figure, and I'm going to show you what you do with that figure now, okay? All right, so then we go over to here, right? Because what you've just done is called a VP calculation or a percolation test, right? And basically, what we're going to do now, we're going to work out a little calculation based on 4,000 seconds there, which will give us a figure, and I'm going to show you how that figure comes into play in a minute. So you've got some question marks here, right? So let's rub out this question mark. So here is the drainage time, the DT time, the time it took to drain 150 mil. All right, so we got 4,000 seconds there. So we put the figure of 4,000 there, and then we divide it by 150. So let me get my calculator out here. So this is live, so my maths I learned all those years ago, kicks in now. So here we go. So we've got 4,000 seconds, right, divided by 150. If you're wondering where the 150 comes from, this is a government calculation, so it's a set standard, okay? So you've got 4,000, let me do that again, 4,000 divided by 150 equals 26.6. So let's say 27 for argument's sake. Right, so that gives us a VP figure of, wait for this, oh, let me get my pen here, wait for this, 27. So 4,000 seconds there equals a VP number of 26.6 seconds. So for argument's sake, right, for argument's sake, I can find my board rubber here, let's round that 26.6 off to 27. Alright, so hopefully you're with me so far. Now that figure is very important because if you look here, this is, I suppose, a VP chart. Percolation chart. So if that figure, right, had been 15 or below, it would mean that the water was draining away too fast. Like say for example you're on chalk or you're on sand and the water's draining away too fast, and the environmental agency may want to examine your site more closely that the aquifers or other water sources weren't in risk of being polluted, right? So if your figure had been 15 or lower, then that would be too fast, and that's not good. Okay, so that's not good. All right. If it had been 99 or higher, right, that would show that the water's hardly draining away at all. So, if the water is coming out of your house into the septic tank and into the drain field quicker than it's soaking away, then that could present a big problem. It could mean that, it's going to overflow, it's going to back up to the house, and the drainage field, the soak away, just will not do its job. But in this instance, the figure 27 is below the 15 and the 99, so it's in the sweet spot. So we're going to give that a big fat tick there. Can we see that? Yeah, I was just looking on the monitor to see if the tick's off the screen. Okay, so that's step one done. We've got a figure here, look, of 27. I'm now going to show you how to work out the size of your drainage field, and it's all based on this figure basically. Right, so the government have got a basic, again, set formula here, foolproof formula to help you work out the square meterage of your drainage field. So, you've got your house, you've got your septic tank in, you've got your VP figure. What other figures do you need? Well, how many people are going to be living in your house? So, typical rule of thumb is 2 people per bedroom. If you work roughly on that principle, you won't go far wrong. So, let's say that you've got a 2-bedroomed house. We're allowing 2 people per bedroom, so that would be 4 people, right? All right, so let's get rid of that question mark. And we'll put 4 people here. 4 people going to be living in the house using the septic tank. Now we get the number 4. Now we times it by the VP figure. Here's your VP figure we got before, 27. So let's put 27 in there. And there we go, we're almost there. So let me get my calculator. All right, so here we go. Just get your trusty calculator. Number of people that are going to live in the house. Well, we've got 4, right? We times that by 27, which is your VP figure. So 4 times 27 equals 108. Then we times it by 0.25. Times 0.25 gives us 27. So in answer to that, the size of the area for your soakaway would be 27 square meters. There you go. That was simple, wasn't it? How simple was that, right? So in another video, I'll show you how that translates to the number of pipes and the configuration you can use and the amount of gravel. But the point being is, you've now got a basic floor plan to see whether you've got enough space to put your soakaway in there. And you can also then base your costings on you know, the amount of pipes you need, the amount of gravel you need, etc. So there you go. That's how to work out, right, the size of a drainage field or soakaway. All right. So there you go. Thank you very much for watching this live broadcast today. If you want to see more of me, or then just go onto Google and type in Septic Tank TV. But listen, as I said, thank you very much for watching. I hope this video has helped, and I'll speak to you soon. And if you subscribe right now, you'll have a chance to win a free bucket of soakaway worms.
If you wonder why I'm running, it's because there's a bull after me.
This is the septic tank, and this is the soakaway.
I have no actual idea where the septic tank and soakaway are. So this is an amazing place. I mean, I get to go on some really fantastic places.
Today, we're talking about something that's very, very close to my heart.
You know, so I just wanted to show you what...
Hello, Jason here from septictank.co.uk.
This is really starting to freak me out now. I'm in a wood in the middle of nowhere. It's getting dark. I can't find the septic tank and soakaway, and there's someone following me, hiding in between the trees there. I mean, I'm absolutely in the middle of nowhere. Come on out! Why are you hiding?
And this is what we came up with. A dog poop septic tank. Yeah, that's right.
And if you're just joining me, oh man alive. Yes, I'm live on a site inspection here. Heck, that's really heavy. Look at that. That's a really heavy old soakaway pipe.
So there you can see an outlet pipe. Now that outlet pipe is discharging straight into a watercourse.
All right, Jason here from septictank.co.uk. Welcome to another live broadcast. And in today's broadcast, I'm going to show you the top 3 septic tank problems in the UK. Well, they're probably the top 3 septic tank problems in the world, never mind just the UK. Right, so let's get on with the first one. What do you think the first biggest septic tank problem is around the world or in the UK? Well, let me show you. Number 1, it is smells. That's the number 1 septic tank problem in the UK today. It's probably been the biggest problem over the last 200-300 years. So let me show you why a septic tank smells. But even better than that, let me show you an amazing, simple solution that will get rid of all your septic tank smells or prevent your septic tank from smelling. So, first of all, let me just tell you why a septic tank smells. So let me just delete this a second. Okay, rub that out. There we go. All right, so now believe it or not, right, a healthy septic tank never ever smells. There's a reason for a septic tank smelling. So here you've got your wastewater coming from your house here. So by wastewater, I mean all the wastewater that comes from your sink, your kitchen, your toilet, your shower, your bath, your washing machine, your dishwasher. All that comes down from there, right? And it goes into, and it fills your septic tank up. Okay, and then when it reaches this height, it makes its way towards the soakaway. That's basically how a septic tank works. Now, in the wastewater, you've got all the debris from the toilet and the sink and stuff like that. And all this debris basically floats around in the septic tank. Okay? And they're called suspended solids because they float around like jellyfish, right? And then at the bottom, you get a buildup of fat, grease, and sludge, and other kind of things that builds up over time on the bottom of your septic tank. Now, that's how a normal septic tank works. That's how a healthy septic tank works. Now, you've got to imagine the septic tank is like a large stomach, right? This is the mouth, this is the stomach, and that's the bottom. So why am I using the analogy like this is a big stomach? Because in our stomachs are healthy bacteria, right? And in the septic tank, or the stomach of the septic tank, are healthy bacteria. Now, as long as those bacteria remain healthy and are alive and doing the job that they should be doing, the septic tank will never smell. So, why does a septic tank smell? Well, let me show you. It's because of products like this, right? Bleach. Not this particular brand, right? It's got nothing to do with the brand. So I'm just stating that so I don't get sued. But it's just the sulfuric acid. You see, in every type of bleach or toilet cleaner, right, you've got like skull and crossbones on the back, and like danger, you know, danger if ingested or drunk. So the point is, if you and I were to drink bleach or toilet cleaner in a small or quite a lot of the quantity, you know, it could make us very ill, if not kill us, right? Because it damages and kills the good bacteria in our stomachs, right? And it's the same with the septic tank. If you put too much bleach down the loo or down the bath or in the shower or whatever, it ends up in here. And what happens is the bleach kills. So if I show you right in here, if I use these green dots as good bacteria, once you put the bleach in there, it kills the good bacteria. And then what? Because the bacteria have all been killed, right? They can't break down and digest the waste in the septic tank or the stomach anymore. So what happens very quickly then is that the stuff in the septic tank begins to rot, begins to fester. And then from there, it begins to smell. So if your septic tank smells, it's because you're using too many cleaning products and it's killed the good bacteria in there. Now you're probably thinking, well, you know, I've got to use bleach, especially with the coronavirus around. I've got to use bleach and kill all these bugs that are killing people and could harm me or my family. And I'm not saying not to use cleaning products, but there's normal cleaning products for household use that aren't connected to septic tanks, and there's cleaning products that are designed to be used with septic tanks. Here's a particular brand, right? It's called Ecova. I haven't got any shares or any investments. I'm not affiliated to Ecova in any way, shape or form. But the point being is they're made from plant-based minerals, and they contain plant-based amino acids in. So what that means is, right, this particular one is a washing up liquid. You can get a toilet cleaner, you can get Ecova bleaches, stuff like that. It means that they're kinder and gentler to the germs and the bugs that live in the septic tank. The things, the good bacteria in the septic tank that's needed, right, that's needed to break down the bad bacteria. However, Ecova, because they're still cleaners, will still kill 99% of the germs and diseases that are brought into the house. So they're very, very, very good household cleaners. They will kill all your germs, but they won't kill the good bacteria in your septic tank. So there you go. That's number one. That's why septic tank smells, right? And that's why, and that is how to combat septic tank smells. Okay, so problem number 2. What do you think the next biggest problem in the UK or the world is? Well, let me tell you. It's called blocked soakaway. That's the second biggest problem that septic tank owners face in the UK. So what's a blocked soakaway? What are the symptoms? And more importantly, how do you fix it? Well, let's go back to this original workings of the tank. So remember, you've got all your debris floating around in the septic tank, right? And there it is, it's building up on the bottom there, building up here, okay, over time. And so every year, or twice a year, or 3 times a year, you get your septic tank sucked out by a septic tank emptying foam. Why? Not because of the liquid. Most people lift the lid up of the septic tank and they see that it's 3/4 full and they're like, oh no, we're going to get a tank emptied, it's full up with water. It's always full up with water. No, the main reason you get your septic tank emptied or desludged is because of all the fat and the grease and the sludge. So the longer you don't empty your septic tank, the more and more this fat and the grease and the sludge builds up on the bottom and inside the septic tank. Okay, so it becomes very cloudy and all these bits float around. And what happens then is all these bits, I suppose they're like cholesterol, they're fat, grease and the sludge, and they also make their way out of the septic tank down here into the soakaway, and they block the arteries of the soakaway up. Now, the soakaway does exactly what it says. It allows all the wastewater that comes from your house, that goes into the tank, to soak away naturally into the soil. But the soakaway consists of loads and loads of pipes, like a herringbone. That's why they call it, some soakaways, a herringbone system, because it's got like, it's shaped like this. So if you were looking down, it's shaped in the shape of a herringbone. So that would lead into the herringbone, and all the water would leave there, come down into the herringbone system, and then would naturally just soak away from there into the soil. So this is like an aerial view I'm showing you here. But what happens, as I said, is all the fat and the grease and the sludge clog all these arteries up here, right? And basically the liquid can't soak away anymore, all right? And once they're all clogged and blocked up, the water then stops there. It can't leave the septic tank anymore, and then it backfills towards the house. So that's the second biggest problem people in the UK face with the septic tanks. Septic tanks, the soakaway of a septic tank typically has a lifespan something like 10-15 years, depending on how many bedrooms are on the property. So what is the best way to fix a blocked soakaway? Well, some people will get it rodded, but if you think about it, you get your rods out, you stick them down the pipes there, but the rods will just poke through the fat and the grease and the sludge. They don't do anything. Some septic tank emptying firms will offer the service of jetting, which is firing high-powered water down the pipes to try and clear them. Now, they charge 150, 250, 350 quid, and it's a living for them. But they won't tell you that it's no good, right? It may make you feel better that you had your tank sucked out and you're firing high-pressured water into it, but in reality, what it's doing, it's compacting all the fat and the grease and the sludge in the soakaway. It doesn't clean it out at all. It just makes the problem worse. It makes the septic tank emptying companies richer, and it makes you feel better. But in reality, the soakaway it still won't work. It won't be unblocked because it's got nowhere to unblock. You know, I mean, if there was a hole at the end of the pipes, then fine, you'd flush it out of the hole. But all the soakaway pipes are surrounded by soil, so that fat and the grease and the sludge and all that pressured water has got nowhere to go. And secondly, once you've fired all the high pressured water into the soakaway, it will then pour back into the tank here that's just been emptied, and you'll have to pay for them to suck more water out. People wonder where all this water is coming from. Well, it's coming back from the soakaway that couldn't soak away. So that is what a blocked soakaway is. All right, so a soakaway to replace will cost you anywhere from 3.5 to 6.5, 7,000 quid to repair. Now, the easiest and most effective solution, right, that I've ever seen is something called soakaway worms. Now, I've been in the septic tank business for about 20 years. I used to live in a place called Shropshire, and my dad and all the neighbours around him used to have septic tanks, obviously, but in the septic tanks were worms. Hundreds, if not thousands of these worms, something like out of a horror film. Anyway, I never really thought much any more about that when I left home. My dad mentioned it to me about, I don't know, 5 years ago. He said, remember all the worms that used to live in our tanks? And I said, yeah. He said, well, Jason, he said, people get all these septic tank and soakaway problems today. We never had any problems. Neither did any of the neighbours, because the worms ate all the fat and the grease and the sludge. And these worms, right, these worms would live in the septic tank. And they'd live in the pipes, and they would eat all the fat and the grease. And so I did quite a bit of research into this, right? And I found that in certain places in the UK, these worms naturally occur. And people are very fortunate because they never get soakaway problems, because the worms eat all the fat and the grease and the sludge. And so I started breeding these worms, started breeding them, and selling them to people with soakaway problems, because it really, really bothered me and grieved me that people were having to spend 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,000 quid to get their soakaways fixed. And the result was incredible. People were emailing me, thanking me for saving them 3, 4, 5,000 quid. And so I started selling them ever since. So they're soakaway worms. The worm, you just get a bucket of the worms, you lift the lid up, you tip them straight into the tank, they get in there. It's a fallacy that worms drown. You can read a lot of misinformation on the internet. It's up to you whether you believe it or not, but I'm on the front line, I'm on the ground, and I see how good the worms are and what they do. They eat everything. They even eat us when we've gone and dead and gone. You know, they're the cleaners of the earth. And just tip a bucket of the soakaway worms in. They'll get in and they'll eat all the fat and the grease and the sludge. And within literally 3 or 4 weeks, they'll completely unclog and unblock your soakaway. Now, you'll see certain companies, wormeries, selling worms that clear soakaways on the internet, on eBay and places like that. They're a load of rubbish. Why am I saying that? Because there's 150 species of worms in this country, right? They'll be selling garden worms or dendrobina worms, stuff like that. They do not unblock septic tanks. Yes, they're about 35 quid. You can buy them, you can shove them in, but they just won't work. There's only one worm out the whole 150 that actually eats the poo, fat and the grease. And you can get them from my website, septictank.co.uk. And the point is, yep, they're about 99 quid, they're 149 quid, but they're going to save you 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,000 quid. Just coming back to that, it's a fallacy about worms drowning. You'll read a lot of misinformation on the internet about worms drowning or they can't swim. It's a load of rubbish. If you get a stagnant pond that hasn't got any water coming in, hasn't got any water going out, and it's got no oxygen in, all the life in that pond will die, right? With a septic tank, because you've got in and you've got an out, the fresh water coming in oxygenates the water in the tank, keeps the worms alive, whatever else is alive in there, because it's an aerobic process, right? Keeps everything alive, and that's what keeps the worms alive in the soakaway in the tank, etc. All right, so that was problem number 2. So what do you think the next biggest problem is? Well, this new problem is something that's recently just reared its head, and it's slapping septic tank owners across the face, right? All the rules and regulations in the UK changed on the 1st of January 2020. And so basically something has come in called the General binding rules. And basically, it's targeting septic tank pollution. Before the 1st of January 2020, septic tanks just discharged straight into the soil or ditches or watercourses. And people think that it just applies to people whose septic tank goes into a river or something. It doesn't. It applies to every single septic tank that's 15 years old or older. So basically now, any septic tank, right? So although this water looks clean on here, in reality it's not. It's brown, it's got poo, it's got wee, it's got fat, it's got sludge, it's got all kind of horrible things in. And so that poo water, sewage water, right, goes into the soil and soaks away, whether that's through a soak away or that will go to a watercourse or a ditch or a stream or a brook, something like that. Whether it's going, if your tank's older than 15 years old, right, and it's going into the soil, it's going into a watercourse, it's illegal, full stop. Now, you may not be bothered by that, you may not care, you may think, well, let them come and prove it. So what they're doing is this, they're sending around all the power has now been given to local council, local building control. And they're now sending building control officers to every single septic tank in the country. They'll come in and they'll ask you, they say, when was your septic tank installed? If you say, give them any date prior to 1995, they'll say, fine, okay, we're going to charge you 450 quid. We're going to come and do a site inspection, and they'll get an approved contractor to come do a site inspection. They know the score already, but they'll say, oh, no, your tank's older than 1995. Oh, it's illegal now, mate. And then they'll give you a violation notice, violation order, and you'll have to put a new septic tank and soak away in. That's it. No ifs, no buts. Okay? And so there's no way around these rules and regulations unless you make your septic tank legal. So you've got three options at this point, right? You've got three options. Option number one, you can put a new septic tank and soak away in. And that will cost you anywhere from like 8 to 12,000 quid. That's option number one. Option number two, you can put one of these new sewage treatment systems in that, you know, run on motors and electricity, and they got cogs and bearings and pulleys and stuff in, and they're very, very good. That's option number two. That will cost you anywhere from 12 to 15,000 quid. Or you could do this, and this is a really, really simple solution to make your septic tank legal no matter how old it is. You put in, they're called an ecosystem. I'm going to run out of room here. Septic tank converter. Now, the Germans came up with an amazing solution. So people didn't have to spend 8 or 10 or 12 or 15,000 quid on replacing their old septic tank. So if you've got a septic tank, right, that's 25 years old, 50 years old, 100 years old, this is a really simple and easy and cheap way to make your septic tank legal and get rid of the septic tank inspectors, because selling your house if you've got a septic tank is a nightmare now, because the solicitors are all onto it and they'll say, how old's your septic tank? All right, it was put in before 1995. Well, we want, the people I'm representing want to bring your house price down by 10, 15 grand. And that's the workaround. I'm going to save you that money. Right. If you go on Google and just type in ecosystem septic tank converter, this is what it is. It's like a small black box, government approved. Government love these, right? It's a small black box like so. And they're designed for the DIY market. It means that you or your builder can put them in an hour, right? So what happens is all the poo and the wee still goes straight into your septic tank, and then, right? Oh, just done that wrong. If I show you this. Oh no, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. And so then what happens is this. It's like a shelf there. So all the poo water will go in, and all the sewage water goes into this little black box. They're non-electric, by the way, no electricity or whatever them. They work via bacteria and enzymes. And there's a special shelf and layer inside it. It's a bit thicker than this, but this shows you the principle of how it works. And it converts, it's called a septic tank converter because it converts all the sewage into clean mineral water. And that mineral water then can go straight into the soil. It can carry on going straight into a river, a watercourse, a ditch, a stream. And many people buy these, put them in the fisheries. That's how clean it is. But if you're looking for a very simple and cheap and effective way to get around all the new rules and regulations without having to spend 10, 12, 15,000 quid out, then just go on to Google and type in ecosystem septic tank converter. As I said, they're a small black box, a bit bigger than that. They're about 3 foot by 3 foot, something like that. But most builders and stuff, you just get someone, if you know someone who's got a digger or something like that, they'll get that in for you, no problem. And because there's no electricity, you just slot the pipe from your tank into there and from the converter straight to your soakaway or into the soil. Job done. So there you go. I hope that's helped you. So we've looked today at 3 septic tank problems. We've seen smells, which is caused by cleaning products. Just go and buy yourself Ecova, something like that. We've seen that you've blocked soakaway is because of all the fat and the grease and the sludge. Block up the soakaway. Just go onto Google and type in soakaway worms. Don't use those rubbishy ones on eBay and other places. They're just selling you garden worms and they won't work and you'll waste 50 quid, right? And the third one is you've got 3 options because all the new rules and regulations have changed. If your tank was put in prior to 1995, option 1, you can put a new septic tank and soakaway in if you've got the space or you've got the money, which is like, 8 to 12 grand. You can put a fandangled sewage treatment plant in, which will cost you 10 to 15,000 quid. You can lower the price of your house, or you can put one of these ecosystem septic tank converters in, which will save you 10, 12, 13,000 quid, and it'll make your tank legal within 1 hour. They actually give you with these ecosystem septic tank converters, you get a government certificate, right? Which you just hand to the building control officer or the solicitor representing the people buying your house, and everyone's happy. So listen, I hope that's helped. If you want any more free advice and help, just type in Septic Tank TV on the internet, Septic Tank TV, or you can just go to, let's see if I can get this right here, or just go to, it's very hard, or go to, there we go, septictank.co.uk. That's like really weird because I got a monitor there and got the little, septictank.co.uk logo at the bottom there, but everything's back to front. But listen, thank you very much for watching. You take care and I'll speak to you soon. Okay, so you've ordered your dog poop septic tank. It's come, you've unwrapped it, you've put it at the bottom of the garden. What now? Well, in this video, I'm going to show you how easy it is to set up. So the first thing to do is to remove the childproof lid. Now just under the lid here is a button which you need to press, and unless you press that, this lid is almost impossible to get off. But once the button is pressed, that's how easy the lid comes off. Now you'll notice that the organic air filter is already pre-assembled and fitted into the lid. Now inside the dog poop septic tank you'll find 2 main components. Okay, so number 1, if I can find that here, you've got the soakaway pipe, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that in a minute. And also inside you've also got the amazing ecosystem, which is all in this bucket. You've got worms in there, you've got bacteria, and you've got all the bedding and the food. So once we've taken those out, literally get the lid and put it back on to the dog poop septic tank. There you go. That's how easy it is to get the lid on. So you can see this bit of kit, although it's really sturdy, it's strong, it's well built, and it's easy and simple to use. So let me now show you how to connect the soakaway pipe. Okay, so here's the soakaway pipe, and it comes about 1 meter in length, and you can literally cut it down to size, to whatever size you want with just a standard saw. Now the soakaway pipe goes into this fitting here. So let me just show you how easy it is to connect into that fitting. So you just take the pipe with your hand and literally just push it in until it clicks. There you go. It's as simple as that to connect to the dog poop septic tank. So this is what the soak-away pipe looks like once it's connected to the dog poop septic tank. Now, the end of it, we're now going to slightly bury into the ground. So let me show you how easy that is to do. Just get yourself a trowel and just make a small hole in the soil. Okay, could be a flower bed, could be in the lawn, could be at the edge of the lawn, but literally just make a small hole like so. Just needs to be a few inches deep. Take the end of the soak-away pipe, put it into the hole like so. Okay, just like that. Okay, so it's still there. So there you go. It's bending down nicely into the hole, and literally just cover the pipe and surround it with soil. So there you go. That's how easy it is to install the soak-away pipe of the dog poop septic tank. So now we're going to install the ecosystem, the heart and soul of this amazing dog poop septic tank. So with the bucket, just take the lid off. I've already taken it off beforehand because it's, again, there's a child-proof lock on the lid. But once you've taken the lid off, you'll notice inside the bucket, there's loads of bedding and loads of food for the worms to keep them alive while they're in the bucket. So don't worry about that. Just tip the entire contents into the dog poop septic tank. So there you go. Take it in. Tip it all in. There you go. And that's done. It's all primed and ready to go. And once you've put the worms into the, and all the bedding and all the food and all the bacteria into the dog poop septic tank, then just take the lid, put the lid on, just like that, and job done. So there you go. It's all primed, ready to go, and up and running. So in the next video, I'm going to show you just how easy it is to get the dog poop off your lawn, off your garden, or off your yard, and actually put it into the dog poop septic tank. Hello, Jason here from Septic Tank TV, and welcome to another live broadcast. All right, so in today's live broadcast, I'm going to be answering the question, what is a 3-chamber septic tank? So what is a 3-chamber septic tank, right? And how does a 3-chamber septic tank work? Well, let me show you. All right, so this green line here is the grass. And you've got 3 lids. All right, so now if I put a number above each lid, each number there represents a chamber. All right, so maybe you've owned a septic tank with 1 chamber, maybe you've owned a septic tank with 2 chambers, and maybe if you're lucky enough, right, you own or have owned a 3-chamber septic tank. Now, what's unusual about a 2 or 3-chamber septic tank is this. Most septic tanks, especially today, have only got 1 chamber, all right? But go back 50, 60 years ago, and most septic tanks had 2 or 3 chambers. All right, so that is what a 3-chamber septic tank is. It's basically a concrete or a brick built underground tank, and inside it has got brick or concrete or breeze block partitions. All right, so it would have been 1 big tank, and then they just divide it into 2 or 3 sections. So that's what a 3-chamber septic tank is. So how does a 3-chamber septic tank work? Well, let me show you. So here we've got the inlet. So this inlet pipe here is connected to your house, right? So you go to the loo, you use your washing machine, you flush your loo, you have a shower, you have a bath, and all the wastewater will come down this pipe, all right? And then it empties into the first chamber here, all right? So there you go. So that is the first chamber full of water. Now, wastewater, unfortunately, doesn't just contain water. There's other debris in wastewater. All right, so after you've been for a number 2, or maybe you've pulled the plug out of the sink, there's lots of debris in that water. Potato peelings, you know, fat, grease and sludge. And all that fat and grease and the sludge, right, is floating around in the water. So when the wastewater leaves your house and empties the septic tank here, you've got all this debris, right, that lives and floats in the water. Now this debris is called suspended solids. I suppose if you looked at it, if you lift the lid off and looked in the first chamber, it would be like lots of little small jellyfish floating around, all right? And to begin with, every time you have a new influx of water into here, everything floats around. But over time, you get quite a bit of this debris will settle on the bottom of your septic tank in the first chamber. And over time, it will build up. All right, all this debris will build up. Then at the top here, on top of the water, you'll get other bits of debris floating about. Fat, grease, sludge, poo, condoms, sanitary towels, all that kind of stuff. So there's a lot going on, right, in the first chamber. Now, you're probably wondering what these funny things are here. Well, I should have put one actually on here as well. All right, now these, right, are called T-pieces. And basically what they do is they let in all the debris, all the suspended solids, and they stop it going on any further. So let me explain what I mean. So the wastewater will fill up in the first chamber with all the debris and stuff, and then when it reaches this level here, this water, so when you get a relative displacement come in now, this will always stay at this level, right? Will stay. So the tide mark is about there. So this water will always stay at that level, okay? So when you put more water in, it'll pour into here, and then it will overflow into the second chamber. All right, so then this chamber also will fill up with water, all right, to this level. So this is the tide mark in the second chamber. Now, because much of the debris is kept and held in the first chamber, some of the suspended solids will still come through from the first chamber into the second chamber, but there'll be a lot less of them, okay? So the particles will be smaller. Much of the stuff will float about in the tank, and again, a lot of the debris will fall in time, settle or fall to the bottom of the septic tank, but there'll be nowhere as much debris or waste in the second chamber as there was in the first chamber. So this, you can start to see how these 2 and 3 chamber septic tanks work. They're basically like a filtration system. They filter out all the particles, right, and clean the water. And I've never seen a 4-chamber septic tank. I see a lot of 2-chamber septic tanks, and occasionally I do come across a 3-chamber septic tank. So if you've got a 3-chamber septic tank or a 2-chamber septic tank, don't ever change it. Don't ever change or replace your old septic tank for a new one unless it's, you know, collapsed or imploded or something, because these are the best septic tanks ever made. All right, so once all the debris then entered the second chamber, again, here's our tide mark. So you get another relative, you get another influx of water coming in, then you get a relative displacement. It'll leave here, it'll fill in there, and then from here, once again, it will fill up, okay, in the third chamber. And in the third chamber, you'll have even less debris, smaller particles, and again, the turbulence in the second and third chamber is nowhere near as great as the first one. And again, you will get some settlement on the bottom, so you get some silt there falling to the bottom of the tank. But you can see by the time it's left the first chamber, gone into the second and gone into the third, the wastewater in that chamber is a lot cleaner, right? So why does this matter? Why even bother? Why filter out many of the suspended solids and the particles? Because if you look here, the outlet from the third chamber goes to a soakaway. Now, soakaways typically only have a lifespan of about 15 years. Why? Because, right, in modern tanks, they don't have this filtration system. So all the debris goes into the main tank, pretend this is one whole tank, and it then goes from there into the soakaway. And a soakaway basically is made up from lots of pipes with holes in, and the wastewater goes into those holes in the soakaway and then soaks away into the soil. But all the fat and the grease and the sludge, if it escapes and leaves the septic tank, will go into the soakaway and block your soakaway up. So just like when you eat lots and lots of unhealthy fatty food, it clogs your arteries up. This debris, this fat, this grease and the sludge clogs the arteries of your soakaway up. So they devised this 2 and 3 chamber septic tank system, right, to extend the life of the soakaway, and they work. They're fantastic. Now, many people, when they lift the lids of their septic tank, they see that the tide mark or the water line is quite near the surface, and they think, oh no, the septic tank's full up with water, let's get it emptied. But that's a misnomer, right? Septic tanks are always 3/4 full of liquid. That's just how they're made, right? But you never ever get your septic tank emptied because it's full up with water. The only reason you get your septic tank desludged or emptied once a year is because the buildup of the debris. So imagine this kind of debris field that you're seeing there, right? And the settlement that I'm showing you. Let's pretend that's a month's worth of debris that's gone through the tank, right? After 6 months, it will probably look like, well, not probably, it will look like that, right? So you can see that it's starting to rise, right? So that's typically what it would look like after 6 months. After 12 months, right, all the fat and the grease and the sludge and all the debris would probably reach at least a quarter of the height of the tank. And so the more suspended solids in your tank, the more it builds up, the more debris that can come loose and block your soakaway up. So it's quite important to get your septic tank desludged, right? At least every 6 months, at least every 12 months. People don't bother because it costs like 200-300 quid a time to get it sucked out. Okay, but you know, if you consider that, with having to fork out 5, 6, 7 grand to replace your soakaway, paying out 200 quid just to maintain, you know, your septic tank and keep it healthy and extend the life of the soakaway, it's, you know, relatively a small price to pay in comparison to having to fork out all that money to replace your septic tank. Now, one more thing I was going to say to you, with all this fat and the grease and the sludge in there, right, it will also when they come to empty the system, a lot of septic tank emptying people, they will only open or lift the lid of the third chamber. Why? Because it's mostly water and they can suck out that bit of sludge. If you're lucky, they will also open or lift the lid of the second chamber and suck that sludge out. But I had a guy ring me last week, and this is typical of everyone with a septic tank, right, with 3 chambers. 99% of septic tank emptying people will not empty the first tank, because if you haven't had your tank emptied for like flaming hell, 5 years, 10 years or whatever, and it's full up or at least half full with sludge, right, to septic tank emptying companies is a nightmare for them to suck out. It takes them 5, 6, 7 times longer to suck your septic tank out than it would if it was just water, because it's almost like a thick milkshake. So they put their hose in, they lift the lid, put the hose in here, right? So let's say there's the hose coming from the tank. It comes in and it goes into the sludge here, right? But because it's so gooey, because it's so thick, they have to flipping get a stick and mulch it up and stir it round and spray water in there. So they're still only getting 200 quid to suck the sludge out your septic tank, right? But it's taking them flipping 3 or 4 hours instead of half an hour just to suck the water out. So that's a tip. If you've got a 2 or 3 chamber septic tank, make sure they empty the first tank first, right? The second one second, and the third one third. Most of them will probably complain and won't want to do it, or they'll charge you if they've been 300, 400, 500 quid to do it. But it won't be full up with sludge if you get it emptied every 6 months. So there you go. That's my septic tank tip for the day, right? If you've got a 2 or 3 chamber septic tank system, keep it, don't replace it, right? When you get your septic tank emptied, make sure the septic tank emptying firm always empty from the first chamber, then to the second, and then the third. So there you go. Now you know what a 3-chamber septic tank is. You also know how a 3-chamber septic tank works. So listen, thank you very much for watching my live broadcast today. You take care. And if you want to see more of me, then just go on to Google and type in Septic Tank TV. All right? Well, listen, you take care, and I'll speak to you soon. All right, Jason here from septictank.co.uk. Just an incredible site behind me. And so you see all those houses behind me, right? See all those houses? Let me just show you what we've got here. We've got amazing blue sea, right? And if I just turn the camera around here, you'll see that there's loads of houses on top of the hill behind me. So why am I showing you a load of houses on a hill in a beautiful, idyllic place? Because they're all on septic tanks. And on the 1st of January 2020, all those properties that I've just shown you will all be affected by the new rules and regulations regarding septic tanks that come into force soon. So many of them will be spending 15, 20, 25,000 quid to replace their systems. Others will just ignore it and hope the new rules and regulations go away. But listen, the government inspectors are coming whether we like it or not. But the point I made this live broadcast now is because there's some good news in all this. You can make your septic tank legal easily and for free. All you need is a government compliance form for septic tanks. A government compliance form for septic tanks, and you can download one for free from septictank.co.uk. That's right, you can get them for free. Download it, print off as many copies as you want, lodge one with your solicitor, put one in your utility room or your kitchen, wherever. Have it on display, and it'll save you thousands of pounds, especially if you come to sell your property. So if you want to make your septic tank legal, all you need is a government compliance form, and you can get one free from septictank.co.uk. Hello, Jason here from septictank.co.uk. On the 1st of January 2020, the UK government are bringing in new rules and regulations, and basically they're banning septic tanks and soakaways that discharge into watercourses such as ditches, streams, brooks, culverts, etc. And this is obviously stressing many people out. A lot of people worried, lots of people concerned, lots of people spending 15 to 20 to 25,000 pounds to relocate their septic tank and their soakaway. Well, please, before you spend another penny, please go to septictank.co.uk, because in many cases I can show you how to make your septic tank legal for free or at a fraction of the cost. That's right, instead of having to pay out 15, 20, 25,000 quid, I'll show you how to save 15 or 20 and 25,000 quid. So just all you need to do is go to septictank.co.uk or give me a ring on 0800 907 0051, either one of those options. But look, I'll give you free advice. It isn't going to cost you a penny, and I'll show you how to make your septic tank legal. All right, Jason here from septictank.co.uk. So what is septic tank conversion. If you're a septic tank owner, why is this video important to you? Why should you watch it? Should you care? Well, the simple answer is yes. If you're a septic tank owner, and this is probably one of the most important videos you're going to watch this year. Basically, all the rules and regulations changed, right, on the 1st of January 2020. And basically now 90% of septic tanks across the UK are illegal. So that is where septic tank conversion comes in. So you may never have heard of septic tank conversion. You may not know what it is. Well, I'm going to show you. And how will that benefit you? Well, it will save you thousands and thousands of pounds. How so? Well, basically, as I said, all the rules and regulations changed. And typically, before the rules and regulations changed, this is how 100% of septic tanks, or 99.9% of septic tanks across the UK worked. So the wastewater would come in from your property into the septic tank. So I'll just put, look, waste water there. So that wastewater comes from your property. So it's your bath, your sink, your shower, man alive, your bidet, washing machine, dishwasher, everything. Your wastewater would leave your property and come into your septic tank. It would then fill up, all right? It fills up with wastewater. And in reality, the wastewater isn't blue. It's more browny coloured, right? So if I put a bit of brown in there, you can now see what's happening. So this brown water would fill up your septic tank. And from there, once the wastewater reached the height of the outlet pipe, it would make its way out through there, and then it would go either into a stream, a watercourse, or it would go straight into the soil. And over time, at the bottom of the septic tank, bits and bobs and debris, fat, grease, sludge, poo, and all that kind of stuff falls to the bottom of the septic tank. So that is basically how a septic tank works. And up to 2 months ago, that's pretty much what all septic tanks across the UK did. Now, when the rules and regulations changed on the 1st of January 2020, basically the British government said, right, that's it, right? We don't want septic tanks polluting watercourses or the soil anymore. So the discharge, right, so if you haven't got a river or a stream or a ditch by you, these new laws and regulations still apply to you. So if your septic tank is polluting the soil or a watercourse, basically it is now illegal. Right, you can't do it anymore. So who determines whether your septic tank is legal or illegal? Well, the British government have handed all the power to local council, local authorities, and they are now sending around government site inspectors, and they will come to visit your property. They'll ask you certain questions about your septic tank, and they will want to inspect your septic tank. They will charge you £450 to inspect your septic tank. Why do I say that 90% of septic tanks are illegal? Because 90% of septic tanks were installed prior to 1995. And if your septic tank, right, was installed before 1995 and it does not have an EN 12566-3 certification, then your tank will also become illegal. So if your septic tank is going into a watercourse and your government inspector sees that, it's illegal. He'll then give you a violation notice, right, forcing you to stop using your septic tank there and then. You'll have to cut it off, block it up, whatever, and just get it emptied and replace your septic tank and your soak away. Now, that will cost you anywhere from £8,000 to £12,000. Okay, if your septic tank is leaking, right, the sewage effluent is rising to the surface, right? If it's rising to here, to the ground, right? If it's blocked, if it smells, right? If it isn't big enough for the number of bedrooms you've got, it will be illegal. Government inspectors will make you stop. They will then get an approved contractor around to come and give you a quote. That will cost you £8,000 to £12,000. Now, if your septic tank, basically the government inspectors can cut straight to the chase, because they'll come around and they'll say to you, when was your septic tank installed? You'll say, I don't know, 1983, 1973, 1991. They'll say, fine, can we see your EN 12566-3 certificate, please? And you'll say, well, what is that? And you'll have a look in your septic tank emptying receipts, and of course, you ain't going to find it there. It's just going to tell you when it was emptied and how much was taken out. So, of course, you're going to say, well, I haven't got one. And he'll say, okay, based on the new rules and regulations, your septic tank is now illegal. And again, he will then charge you 450 quid to get an approved contractor to come and do a site inspection and inspect your septic tank, which they know is illegal, but just going through the formalities of giving you the legal paperwork and stuff, they'll say your septic tank and soakaway are illegal. And so based on that, how much room have I got here? They will then determine whether you go for a septic tank or soakaway, or you have to put a sewage treatment plant in. Anyway, it's going to cost you anywhere between £8,000 to £15,000, right, to fix this situation, to make your septic tank legal. Now, I'm getting loads and loads of people ringing me up every week, pulling their hair out cross because of these new rules and regulations, because you may think, well, stuff it, I'll just wait till the septic tank inspector comes around. That's fine, you can do that, but it first comes to light when you sell your house. Two things will happen first. The septic tank inspector will come round to your house first, and then all this will just unfold and you'll have to go through the motions and replace your system. Or when you come to sell your property, the solicitors representing the people buying your house will say, have you got an EN 12566-3 certificate? No. Okay, well, listen, no problem, but what my clients would like to do is drop your house price by 8 to 15,000 quid so they can put a new system in and job done. So these are the complications and the problems that have arisen since all the new rules and regulations changed on the 1st of Jan 2020. So what's the good news? Well, the good news is I'm going to show you how to make your septic tank legal. Right, I'm going to show you how to make your septic tank legal. I'm going to show you how to easily get an EN 125-3 certification, and I'm going to show you how to save 8 to 15,000 quid. Right, so watch this. All right, so I'm just going to rub all this out for a minute, and we're going to leave that there. We're going to leave all that there, and just going to get that and rub that out. So rewind. So again, we're going back to your existing septic tank. So this is your existing septic tank. Now, it may be made of concrete, it may be an onion-shaped septic tank, it may be any kind of septic tank. It could have been put in 300 or 400 years ago. It really doesn't matter, because I'm going to show you, right? I'm going to show you right now how to make your septic tank legal in 1 hour. That's right, 1 hour. 1 hour. All right, so all you need is a septic tank converter. Now, let me show you typically what a septic tank converter is. A septic tank converter is a small black box. It's a small black box. It's a government-approved small black box that's made in Germany. Now, I did some research before I came on here, and I'll tell you a bit more about that black box, but the black box is a small black box. Okay, so something like that in size, okay? And so what happens is this. If I just put the grass back on top, right? These black boxes have been designed by the government to make old septic tanks legal. And I'm going to show you how it works in a minute. All right. So there's two components to it. You've got that little bit and you've got that little bit there. All right. Now these septic tank converters are non-electric, so they don't need any power, they don't need any electric or anything. So how they work is this, right? All your wastewater will still leave your property, it'll still go into your septic tank and it'll still come out. But you get your builder or you get a digger, just dig a small hole, right? Put one of these government black boxes in, all the wastewater and everything will come into it, and it'll go into it. But the amazing thing is, right, these small black boxes, they're basically like a composter. So they're full of enzymes and bacteria, and what they do, they convert. That's why it's called septic tank conversion, right? They convert all that poor, stinky, pooey, messy, illegal stuff, right? They convert it into safe, clean mineral water. Can you believe that, right? And so what happens is, once the poo and the wee and all that horrible stuff's passed through it, it then converts all that stuff into beautiful, clean, safe mineral water that can then discharge directly into the soil or a watercourse. And so that is what it means to get your septic tank converted. Now, there's lots of different conversions on the internet that run on electricity, and they got motors and cogs and bearings and all, but 99.9% of them do not come with this. And this is very, very important. Your government converter, so if I put here, look, so if I put septic tank converter here, right? And then I'll do an arrow. All right, so that's the septic tank converter. Can you see that on there? Yeah, we can see. Now, the government, these small black boxes I'm talking about must come with an EN 12566-3 certification. It's a government certification that says it's been built or manufactured in accordance with the government's wishes, and it works to convert sewage waste into lovely clean water. So it takes about an hour to put this septic tank converter in. And more importantly, you get this government certification with it. So when the solicitors contact you, and representing the people buying your property, they'll say, okay, what system have you got? And you don't have to tell them your septic tank's 100 years old or 50 years old, or it's made from concrete or this or that. You say, yeah, we've just modified our system, got a government approved system in now. Here's your EN 125-3 certification. Brilliant. The government inspectors will come round to your house. They'll say, okay, how you doing? We just come to inspect your septic tank. Say, no problem. Just to let you know, we've just put a government approved system in. All right, yeah, here's the government certificate. He'll see the EN 12566-3 certification. He'll be like, wow, thanks a lot. See you, mate. And go on to your neighbours, who I bet won't have one of these. So that basically is what septic tank conversion is all about. And this is the septic tank converter. Now, if you're asking me the name of this septic tank converter, one of the most popular ones being promoted by the government at the moment is something called, it's called an ecosystem septic tank converter. That's what they're called, right? Now, they're made by a firm in Germany who've been making them, man alive, for many, many years now. And the firm that manufactures, they're the VW equivalent of what VW are for cars. This German firm is the equivalent of what septic tank converter units are for sewage waste. So it's called, an ecosystem septic tank converter. Yeah, that's right. And why they're so good is, right, because as I said, right, if you haven't got a septic tank converter and you're selling your house and the government inspectors are coming around, you just put one of these in, because you don't need any special knowledge with it, and you just get a dig. It takes 40 minutes to flip and dig the hole. You plonk it in. This is standard 4-inch pipe in, just slots into it straight from your septic tank, standard 4-inch out, and that mineral water, that clean mineral water, can go anywhere. Mineral water, right? I'll give you some examples. Some people put a little pump here and pump it onto their roses. Some people put it straight into a stream. Some people just let it go straight into the soil. It doesn't matter, because it's clean. So if your septic tank smells or it's leaking and you're worried about pollution risks or diseases and stuff because you've got families and stuff, if you put one of these in, it's just going to put out mineral water. How does it work? Well, a little bit more about that. It's like a little composter. Inside, it's got special biomatting. It's got like a little hive inside. And so all the poo and the wee and the sewage go into there. And the bacteria and enzymes eat it and process it, right? And in turn convert it into, as I said, mineral water. These small black boxes, as I said, take 1 hour to install, and typically they'll do up to 6, 7 or 8 bedrooms. So anyway, so there you go. If you're a septic tank owner, I seriously consider you research this, right? If you want to save 8, 10, 12, 13,000 quid and not have to replace your septic tank, then seriously do a little bit of research onto septic tank conversion and septic tank converters. Why have I mentioned the ecosystem septic tank converter? Because I know this is the future. Anything that doesn't run on electricity or have moving parts like motors, cogs, gears, pulleys, shafts and all that, and doesn't break down and comes with a lifetime guarantee and doesn't smell and is approved by the government is a no-brainer to me. And that's why I'm so passionate about ribbing these septic tank converters. So there you go. Listen, I hope that's helped you. As I said, if you want to see more of me, then just go into Google, type Septic Tank TV. If you want free help and advice, then just go to septictank.co.uk. And if you'd want to find out a bit more about these septic tank converters, just go onto Google and type in ecosystem septic tank converter. You'll see a load of information about these amazing converters. So listen, you take care, and I'll speak to you soon. If you wonder why I'm running, it's because there's a bull after me.
This is the septic tank, and this is the soakaway.
I have no actual idea where the septic tank and soakaway are. So this is an amazing place. I mean, I get to go on some really fantastic places.
Today, we're talking about something that's very close to my heart.
You know, so I just wanted to show you what...
Hello, Jason here from septictank.co.uk.
This is really starting to freak me out now. I'm in a wood in the middle of nowhere. It's getting dark. I can't find the septic tank and soakaway, and there's someone following me, hiding in between the trees there. I mean, I'm absolutely in the middle of nowhere. Come on out! Why are you hiding?
And this is what we came up with. A dog poop septic tank. Yeah, that's right.
And if you're just joining me, oh man alive. Yes, I'm live on a site inspection here. Heck, that's really heavy. Look at that. That's a really heavy old soakaway pipe.
So there you can see an outlet pipe. Now that outlet pipe is discharging straight into a watercourse. Live broadcast, yes, and today we're talking about something that's very close to my heart. Do you know what it is? Worms. Oh man, if only you knew how great worms were. Oh man, you'd pay rapt attention to this. Worms, right, they're not only man's best friend, right? Worms are a septic tank's best friend. Yes, that's right. Worms are amazing. Do you know what? Worms have been around for thousands and thousands of years, breaking down waste and matter into safe, clean, organic fertilizer that feeds the planet. You know, worms are amazing. You know, eventually we even get eaten by worms. So I just wanted to show you, right, in today's live broadcast, the power of worms, right? Have a look at this, right? Let me see if I can find my board rubber somewhere. Okay, here's my board rubber. Right, okay. So let me show you, if you're a septic tank owner or you're a dog owner, I'm going to show you how worms, right, can save you thousands and thousands of pounds. I'm going to show you how you can use worms to your advantage, right? Okay, so have a look at this. Okay, so if I just rub all this out, right? All right, so let me show you how worms can really help you. Have a look at this, right? So first of all, let me show you this, right? So here This is a septic tank, all right? And as you know, can you see that on the screen here? I know it's a bit wonky, but you know, let's just do that again. Hold on. Let's do it a bit straighter. Hold on. Oh, I don't know how much straighter that is. Is that a bit straighter? Well, you get the point, don't you? All right, so a septic tank will fill up, right? Septic tanks fill up with poo and wee and all kinds of other nasty bits of fat, grease, and sludge, right? And a lot of the fat and the grease builds up on the bottom of the septic tank here, just like so, right? Okay. So over time, the fat, grease, and sludge builds up on the bottom of the septic tank. So if I put there, look, fat, grease, and sludge. All right. All right, there we go. There's fat, grease, and sludge. They're building up at the bottom of your septic tank, right? And it's not only that, there's something else called suspended solids. In the tank, you've got all these bits and bobs of horrible stuff. I mean, look, you go to the loo and you flush the loo because you want to get rid of stuff forever, right? All right, but it ends up in your tank. And all these little bits float around in your septic tank. It's true, but what I'm about to show you, okay, so don't let this put you off your dinner or anything. I'm about to show you something really, really, really good, right? That will turn your septic tank into an organic composter. Have a look at this, right? All right, so these things, right? So all these bits are called suspended solids. All right. And they're the reason why you have to get your septic tank emptied every year, because all these solids, if you're not careful, so if I put here, if this is, imagine this is the inlet pipe coming in, and if I put on there, that's the outlet pipe going out, right? So, all right, so there you go. So what happens is over time, all the fats and the grease and the sludge build up inside your septic tank. And not only do they block up the septic tank, but they also make their way, right? All these suspended solids go into your soakaway. Now, the soakaway, if I put soakaway there, look, soakaway, there we go. Look. Now, the soakaway is the most important part of your septic tank. It really is. Because if you imagine, where does all your water go? If you think about it, where does all your bath water go? Where's all your dishwasher water go? Where's your sink water go? Where's your toilet water go? Yes, it goes into there, but then it soaks away into your soakaway. But what fat, grease, and sludge do is that they block soakaways and septic tanks up. So you've only got 3 normal ways in which to get rid of all that fat, grease, and the sludge. You can get the septic tank emptying man in. He'll come in, he'll charge you 200 quid, and he'll suck all that out of your tank. But then the next day after that, and the day after that, it all starts to fill up with poo and wee and sludge and horrible things again, right? So it's a very, very, very temporary solution, right? Option number 2, occasionally you can get your lines or your pipes jetted, right? Jetted with high-powered water. Do you know what I mean by that? Well, let me show you. This is what a jet looks like. It looks like that, and it's got a knob on like that, and it's got a thing there, and it fires really high-powered water down your soakaway pipes, but that won't clean your soakaway out, because what happens is when you fire high-powered water down your soakaway, it compresses all the fat and the grease and the sludge. So those are common ways in which people try and keep their septic tank and soakaway pipes clean, but they just cost you money and they do more harm than good. So this is where, look, here we go, look at this, right? So this is where, right, worms come in. Now that's a worm, right? You probably guessed that, so I'm just going to put worm here, look. Worm, right? There you go. And if I just show you this, right? So can you see that worm on there? I love worms, right? I really, really love worms, right? When I used to live in Shropshire, right? When I was about, I can remember when I was about 5, 6 or 7, I used to sneak down to the bottom of the garden. Down the bottom of the garden was like a cast iron lid. And I'd lift the lid up and I'd kind of look inside it. Oh man, it'd be like something out of Indiana Jones. They'd been swarming with all these worms in there. And shut the lid again, and give me nightmares and stuff. But listen, as I got older, I realised that those worms that lived in there kept the septic tank clean. They ate all the fat and the grease and the sludge. I'm not kidding you. They're amazing, right? And so literally 3 or 4 years ago, my dad said to me, why don't you start selling worms for people to put in their septic tanks, because they'll eat all the fat and the grease and the sludge. This is the main reason. All this fat and the grease and the sludge causes 100% of septic tank problems. If I just get that out and put problems there, look. Right. Worms prevent and fix problems. Fat, grease, and sludge cause 100% of septic tank problems. Now, what do I mean by soak away worms? Well, have a quick look at this, right? Have a quick look at this. Let me just show you this, right? So bear with me. I'm still here. Hold on. Where are we? There we go. If I just share the screen with you here, look. There you go. Oh, can you see that? So this is what I'm talking about. Now, let me open that. Oh. Right, so that's the worms I'm talking about. I'm going to show you a little bit more about those in a minute, but they're amazing. So what happens, Rick, is you get a bucket. I've got a bucket over there, but I can't be bothered to get. But look, you get a bucket of these worms, which I'll show you about in a minute, and you just literally take the lid off your septic tank and you tip these worms into your tank. All right, so you get a bucket of these worms, right, and the worms go into the septic tank just like so, and they live in there, and they fall to the bottom, and they make their way into the fat and the grease and the sludge, and they just eat everything. They pick it clean. If you think about it, like I said before, worms even eat us when we're dead and buried. Like they're the cleaners of the earth. You got trees and you got vegetation, which are the lungs of the earth. Well, if you think about worms, right, they're the cleaners of the earth. They clean everything, right? I'm going to put there, look, cleaners of the earth. And they eat everything that's disgusting and horrible. Them and maggots just eat everything, and they pick it clean. So what they do, they live in the tank, right, and they eat all the fat and the grease and the sludge. So all this fat and the grease and the suspended solids, they eat it all. They clean up the septic tank. So what that means is, if you imagine this, if you haven't got any fat and grease and sludge in your septic tank, you don't need to get it empty, right? So, oh man, people email me saying, oh mate, you've saved me 400 quid a year on emptying costs and stuff like that. So you'll always get some deposits, right? So then your poo and your wee and your fat and your grease and the sludge will still come in, right? It'll still come in through here, look. So you get all that, and it will still pour into and float on top and all that. But the worms actually live in the tank. And some people say to me, I've heard that worms drown. They don't drown. Worms do not drown in liquid where there's oxygen present. So, for example, if you imagine you've got a stagnant pond, right, and everything dies in a stagnant pond. The frogs die. The lilies die. Everything dies, right? The boatmen, those little boatmen that skip on the water, everything dies in a stagnant pond that it stinks because there's no water going in and there's no water going out. Well, in a septic tank, it's like a river. It's like a little waterfall. But you got all your water that comes in. So here's all the oxygen, or everything that you pour in from your house, right? That's your inlet, and then the water. Right, you get a relative displacement in here, and then the rest of the water makes its way down into the soakaway. So it's constantly being oxygenated. If that's a word, I'm pretty sure it's a word, or it's very close anyway, right? So it puts oxygen back in the water, right? And so that keeps the worms alive. So worms don't drown in water. I've seen it. I've sell thousands of these worms to people, and the testimony is they email me saying, oh Jason, the worms are amazing, mate, and then their neighbors buy worms off me, and then so worms, right, are the cleaners of the earth. So I'm just showing you this because it's a really inexpensive way in which you can keep your septic tank serviced and maintained without having to spend 2, 3, 4, 5, 600 quid a year on emptying costs, right? And what's more than that, all these worms will then make their way into your soakaway. Now, the soakaway is probably the most vulnerable part of a septic tank system, because in a soakaway, it's made up of pipes and arteries. And just like, you imagine if I just ate junk food all the time. Imagine I just went to McDonald's all the time and ate loads of McDonald's and went to flipping Chinese and ate loads of Chinese. My cholesterol would go and it blocks up my arteries, right? And so, it causes heart attacks and I die and all that, But so then you have to take beta blockers and you have to take aspirin to thin your blood and all that kind of stuff. Well, imagine, right? That's exactly what happens to soakaway pipes. After a while, all the fat and the grease and the sludge and the debris block all the arteries up, and that's why soakaways only have a lifespan of about 15 years. But, right, put some worms in there, and yes, they'll live in the tank. They'll go to the bottom. They'll eat all the suspended solids, but then they make their way into the soakaway, and they eat all the fat and the grease and the sludge. They probably add like another flipping 50, 60, 70 years to the life of your soakaway. So whilst fat, grease and sludge cause 100% of problems, worms, soakaway worms, in fact, let me put it there. Let me put this here, right? I don't know if I got enough space on there. Soakaway worms, right, are the cleaners. They're the ones that are going to look after your septic tank. So let me show you this, right? Let me quickly show you this. Come over here, have a look at this, right? So, if I go to here, look, if I show you this. All right, so here we go. Here's the soakaway worm. So let me show you this, right? So this is what the worms look like. This is what the worms look like, okay? And there you go. That's what they look like. That's a guy putting a bucket of the worms into the tank. They then fall into the tank. Look at that. There they are on top of the tank. And they make their way through the fat and the grease and the sludge there. And that's what they look after. So look, before and after. So there you go. So that is how amazing these soakaway worms are. So there's someone emptying there, and it can cost you 200 quid at a time. So if you're wondering where to get soakaway worms from, literally, if you go to septictank.co.uk, that's my website there. And here you'll know soakaway worms. You can actually click that there. I do 3 different buckets. We do large, extra large, and a mammoth bucket there. If I just click that for you there, look, yeah, 99 quid, that's all they are. So here's an easy way to fix and unblock your soakaway and to clean your septic tank. So here we go. So that's what the little wormies look like. That's what the bucket looks like. And again, that's before and that's after. There you go. So that's what they look like. So I thought I'd just show you, right, how amazing worms can be, right? So if you'd like to prevent septic tank problems, hold on, sorry, the camera's gone a bit skew-iffy because I knocked it with my foot, right? So if you'd like to prevent septic tank problems, if you'd like to fix your septic tank problems, maybe you've got a blocked soakaway, right? And you've been, I don't know, blimey, you've been quoted 3, 4, 5 grand to replace your soakaway. Please, 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 before you consider flaming replacing your soakaway, try using soakaway worms. They really, really do work. This isn't a sales pitch. I'm not making this broadcast because, you know, I want you to necessarily buy my stuff, but I'm just showing you an alternative way. You don't have to spend 3, 4, 5,000 quid replacing your soakaway. Worms are amazing. Do some research on soakaway worms. So there you go. That was my tip of the day. Worms are amazing, right? Not only are they the cleaners of the earth, right, but they're amazing. They're a septic tank's best friend. So listen, thank you very much for watching my live broadcast today. I'll be back tomorrow with some more tips to save you money, to fix your problems. And if you want to see more of me, then just go to Septic Tank TV. Just type that in Google and you'll see the Septic Tank TV channel. We're live on YouTube, and Facebook and Twitter and all that kind of stuff. So listen, have a great one and I'll speak to you soon.
Hello, Jason here from septictank.co.uk. You're joining me on a live site inspection today where I'm going to just check out someone's septic tank and soakaway. As you probably know, all these new rules and regulations for septic tanks are coming into force on the 1st of January 2020. And basically what that means is this. if your septic tank is discharging into a watercourse or it's too close to a watercourse, then it will become illegal. So this is obviously stressing a lot of septic tank owners out, because they're worried about all these new rules and regulations, and there's a lot of misinformation on the internet about how to make your septic tank and soak away legal. So I'm going to show you today a really simple and easy way in which you can make your septic tank legal. So let's just... Right, okay, yeah, I'm back here. I did find it before, but I just wanted to give you a little kind of window into where some people's septic tanks and soakaways are. I think it is around here somewhere, so hold on. All right, so, yeah, here it is, here. So, many septic tanks were installed back in the 40s, 50s, 60s and 70s, even the 80s, that actually, as you can see here, discharge into a watercourse. Now, from the 1st of January 2020, a septic tank that discharges into a watercourse like this one will become illegal. And this is, as I said, stressing many septic tank owners out. It's just another thing to deal with. And the government are going to go round testing water in and around where septic tanks are discharging into them. And literally, septic tank owners will face fines and prosecution if, right, they continue to discharge into a watercourse and don't do anything about it. So what are your options? If your septic tank is discharging into a watercourse or it's too close to a watercourse, what are your options? Well, number one, you could just forget about the whole thing and do nothing, and just hope it goes away, or that the government inspectors don't come round to your house. Option two, you could do what a lot of people are doing at the moment, spend 15, 20, 25,000 quid to relocate or replace your septic tank and soak away. Well, none of those two options for me are a viable option. Option three is a really simple and cost-effective option, which will save you, flipping heck, it'll save you 15, 20, 23, 24,000 quid. And that is to put in a septic tank converter. A septic tank converter basically bolts onto your septic tank, and so you can continue to discharge into a watercourse like this one, but instead of raw sewage coming out, you've got clean, safe, organic water. And these septic tank converters are government approved, so they're backed, right, and endorsed, right, by the UK government. And instead of costing 15, 20, 25,000 quid to buy and install, they cost a fraction of that price and literally take a few hours to install. So have a look at this video that's following this one, and I'll show you a little bit more about the septic tank converter.
Hello, Jason here from Septic Tank TV, and welcome to another live broadcast. Now, in today's live broadcast, I'm going to be discussing a really popular question and topic, which is, if you're buying a house with a septic tank, what do you need to know? What are the pros and the cons? What are the pitfalls? Well, I'm going to help put your mind at rest today and show you what you need to do if you're buying a house with a septic tank. So why is this broadcast, why is this topic so popular at the moment? Well, it's because all the septic tank laws changed on the 1st of January 2020. All the rules and the regulations changed. These are some of the biggest changes that septic tank owners have faced in the last, experienced in the last 300 years. So how does that affect you then if you're buying a house with a septic tank? Well, basically the government has brought out an initiative. It's called the Septic Tank Pollution Act, and basically they're trying to stop septic tanks polluting the soil and water courses.
And so to enforce these new rules and regulations, they're sending out government septic tank inspectors this year and next year to every single home in England, Wales and Scotland that has a septic tank to check whether their septic tank is polluting the environment or not. After their inspection, they will either pass or fail your septic tank. So the whole point of this live broadcast, right, is to help you and guide you really to show you, to help you ascertain whether the septic tank connected to the house that you're buying is legal or illegal. All right, so what I've done, I've basically done this broadcast in a form of a kind of questionnaire. So these are questions that you need to ask the people who own the house that you're looking to buy. And these questions you would ask via your solicitor. All right, so let me get straight into this, okay? So what kind of questions, or what are the questions that you need to get your solicitor to ask, right? Because let's face it, if the house or the property you're buying has an old septic tank that's tired, it's worn, it's never been serviced, then you're going to buy the property, right? The government inspectors are going to come round in a few weeks or in a couple of months, and they're going to condemn your septic tank, which is going to cost you a lot of money. So if you can preempt that, then obviously, you know, it's going to save you thousands and thousands of pounds, and that's the point of this broadcast today. So let me show you the questions you need to ask. Ask them via means of your solicitor. So one of the first things you need to ascertain, you need to ask where the tank is located. So is the septic tank located in their front garden, their back garden? Is it located in their neighbour's garden? If it is, that's going to, you know, straight away pose problems, because, you know, it has to do with way leaves and getting permission to, you know, if it's on their land, then you need access, you know, to get to the septic tank if any work needs doing and stuff like that. So if it's on someone else's property, it can present a whole new load of legal problems. So where is the tank located? Is it in a field somewhere? Is it in the farmer's field? You know, so these are very important questions to ask. Another question that you need to ask is, what's the septic tank made from? Is it made from bricks? Is it made from fiberglass? Is it made from plastic? Is it made from breeze blocks? Is it made from concrete? Why is that important? Well, if it's made from fiberglass has a very short lifespan. It can crack easily, it can puncture easily. If it punctures or it cracks, that means it will leak. All right, and if it's leaking into the environment, then the septic tank is just going to fail straight away when the government inspectors come around. If it's made from concrete, all right, then typically most concrete septic tanks, you know, have a lifespan of 100 to 300 years. So that's a good thing, you know. All right, so how old is the septic tank? That's another question you need to ask. So is it 2 years old, 20 years old, 70 years old? How old is the septic tank? Because the older it is, the greater the chance that it has become tired, it's become worn, it started to, you know, the mortar started to fall out of the joints, it started to basically disintegrate, you know. So depending on obviously what material it's made from, if it's made from bricks and mortar, then obviously it may need rendering, bricks may need replacing. So if it's relatively new, then obviously, you know, the maintenance work that you're going to need to carry out on the tank is going to be a lot further down the line, whereas if it's 70 or 80 years old and no maintenance has been carried out on the tank, then that's something that you're going to have to figure in, you know, your costs when buying the property. What's the capacity of the septic tank? Is it, I don't know, 2,000 gallons, 3,000 gallons, 4,000 gallons, 10,000 gallons? What is the capacity or the volume of the septic tank? Well, why is that important? Because septic tanks now, one of the new rules and regulations determines that the volume or the capacity of the septic tank needs to correspond with the number of bedrooms or people dwelling in the house. So if the volume of the tank isn't of sufficient capacity or big enough to cater for the number of bedrooms that your house has got, or the number of people in there, then it'll automatically get a strike. It will automatically become illegal, because the size of the septic tank has to be greater or, you know, it has to cater for the number of people or the bedrooms in the tank. That's another new requirement from the government. How often has the septic tank that you're looking, you know, connected to the house you're looking to buy been emptied? Well, most people, it's my experience, don't get their tank emptied, or they get their tank emptied once every 2 years, once every 3 years, once every 5 years, once every 10 years. Some people only ever get it done once every 20 years. So why is that important? Because the new government legislation determines that you need to get your septic tank emptied at least every 12 months. Why? Because septic tanks fill up with fat, grease and sludge, right? It's not so much the water in the septic tank, because the water in a septic tank will always be a certain height, but it always drains away. But if you don't suck out the fat, grease and the sludge, then it blocks up the soakaway, which allows the water to soak away. And if the soakaway is blocked, right, then it means it's not working as efficiently or as effectively as it should do. So that means, number one, you know, if it's backing up to the house, then you're going to have to get it emptied 2 or 3, 4 times a year, which is going to cost you what, £200-300 a go. If the soakaway is blocked, then it means, you know, it's not working properly. The tank's going to smell, it's going to overflow. So it's important to know how often the tank's emptied, but not just verbally, right? You need to see proof of that by septic tank emptying receipts. If I was buying a house with a septic tank and they only had, you know, there've been 3 septic tank emptying receipts over the last 10 years, right? I'd be very suspicious, and straight away it would ring alarm bells, and I think, no. This system hasn't been serviced, it hasn't been maintained. I'm going to look to putting a new one in. Okay, so next question. Does the septic tank of the house that you're buying have an EN 12566 certification? Well, that is basically like the MOT certificate given to the septic tank, right? So, you know, every year, every 12 months, your car has to go in for an MOT. If it passes, they give you an MOT certificate, which means it's roadworthy and it's legal. And this certification means that the septic tank is being built to a specific standard, right? Which means, right, that it's fully legal and it will do the job intended. So if your septic tank doesn't have an EN 12566- certificate, then it will be in effect illegal. So the certification, that particular certification, has only been issued on septic tanks installed the last 5 years. So what does that mean then if you're buying a house that's got a concrete tank, a fiberglass tank, a brick-built septic tank that was put in 10, 15, 20, 25 years ago? Well, if they haven't got that certification, it will be illegal. Many septic tank owners, right, part of the new laws state that septic tank owners must now apply for retrospective planning approval. So let's say I had a septic tank, it was 30 years old. Obviously, I'm not going to have an EN 12566 certification. So I'd have to go to my local building control and planning permission. I'd get them round to do a site inspection. They say, yeah, Jason, your tank's all right. It's working fine. They would then, right, issue me an EN 12566- certification, or they'd make me put a new tank in that had that certification, right? And by getting a certification approved, retrospective planning approval, then that would mean that my tank is fully legal. So these are things to look out for. You need to ask, has the septic tank, right, that you're looking to buy been repaired in the last 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 50 years, right? If it has, you need to ask for the receipts, right? The repair receipts, to see what work was carried out, what the guarantee was for, you know. So let's say, for example, they put a new soakaway in, all right, and it was 10 years ago, right? What guarantee or warranty did they give with the soakaway? If they gave a 25-year guarantee with it, you've still got 15 years left of that guarantee. So that's an important thing to ask for as well. Another thing is to ask them, would the people mind if you paid someone to carry out a site inspection? Typically, it will cost you about 400, 500, 600 quid to get a company to go out to the property you're looking to buy to inspect the septic tank and soak away. They may use cameras and stuff like that to have a look internally inside the septic tank and the soak away. Now, if they say not really, then again, if that was me, the alarm bells would start to ring and I'd wonder why. You know, what are they trying to hide? If they don't mind, then obviously the people who've done a site inspection will answer a lot of these questions for you. Last question, although that we've slightly, already covered that, is the septic tank shared? Now, this can pose a big problem too. Let me give you an example. The reason I got into this business was because I was on a shared septic tank. I didn't know a lot about septic tanks 20 years ago. I moved into a terrace property. We were one of 4 properties, and the septic tank was in the first house, and the other 3 properties, one of which I was in, shared that septic tank. Now, the neighbour whose garden the septic tank was in didn't get on with me or any of the other neighbours, right? And for some strange reason, she used to get her septic tank emptied once and twice a week. She just, I don't know, OCD or whatever, she just wanted to do that, right? It was costing all of us £90 a week, right, individually, to get this septic tank emptied. And this went on for about a year or 2 years, and it made me and my wife very, very ill, because you imagine you're having to fork out £90 a week for, you know, ongoing maintenance and emptying costs for something that you don't even own, you don't even know why you're paying it, right? So it basically caused a lot of ill feeling, not just with me, but with the other neighbours as well. And so eventually I thought, stuff this, and I put my own septic tank and soak away in and cut myself off so I didn't have to pay that £90 a week. But the point is, it was hassle and it was stress that I didn't need, I didn't ask for, and I didn't want. So the point is, you can save yourself all that by finding out if you're going to be on a shared system. If you is on a shared system, you need to consider putting your own septic tank and soak away in. Don't even think twice about it, right? All right, so those are the kind of questions you need to ask. So what if you've done your research, you've asked your questions, and you find out that the septic tank that you're going to inherit or purchase, you know, that's connected to the house you're going to buy, is illegal and it won't pass the government site inspections? Well, you've got a couple of options, right? Let's give you these couple of options. Option number 1. You'll need to install a new septic tank and soak away. Or the people who you're looking to buy the house from will have to install a new septic tank and soak away. So what's that going to cost them, or what's that going to cost you? Well, typically the going rate is anywhere from £8,000 to £12,000. So that's what you need to figure in to the budget. If you find out that the septic tank, if you suspect it is illegal and it doesn't conform with all the new rules and regulations, then you need to budget a minimum of £8,000 to £12,000. All right, but the local council will help you in this, because you'll need to contact them. You'll need to apply for retrospective planning approval. Even though you're putting a new system in, you'll still have to apply for planning permission and approval to put a new system in. They will guide you whether to go for this option or the next option. Now, the next option, right, is option 2, which still means putting a new system in, but instead of installing a new septic tank and soak away, you'll be asked to install an electric sewage treatment. Oh, let me it's hard to write and talk sometimes. A treatment plant. There we go. And basically, an electric sewage treatment plant has got motors and compressors and stuff like that in, and all the wastewater, the poo and the wee and the fat and the grease and the sludge, everything goes into there, you know, dishwasher water. It treats it to, cleans it to a certain standard, a certain level, and then when it goes into the soil or a watercourse, it won't pollute it. Both these systems come with an EN 12566 certification, but the point is, right, building control will tell you which of those options that they would prefer that you go for, right? So for example, let's say you're near a watercourse or a sensitive wildlife protection zone or a well or a borehole, something like that, then 9 times out of 10, the local council, the environmental agency, will opt that you go for option 2. Now, option 2 is a lot more expensive, right? Depending on the number of bedrooms, it will cost you anywhere from £10,000 to £18,000 to do. All right, but nevertheless, those are the only 2 options or routes you can go down to bring that illegal septic tank up to scratch, to make it conform, to make it legal. So how you wrangle that and put this into practice is, I could hold another broadcast, on discussing how to go about this. So let me give you some examples. What I'm talking about. Well, let's say the people that you're buying the house from, you find out their tank is illegal, and you say, look, it's illegal. We've got to put a new septic tank or soakaway in, or we've got to put a new electric sewage treatment plant in. It's going to cost 12 grand or 18 grand to do. Which one, depending on which one you go for, they'll say, yeah, and you'll say, well, I'm not going to buy a house that's got an illegal sewage system to it. Either you spend that 12 or 18 grand and put a new system in, or we don't want your house. Or you reduce the price of your house down by 12 or 18,000 quid, and then we'll buy your property. Now, obviously, if I'm selling my house, right, to you, I'm not going to look very favourably at this. I mean, who on earth wants to reduce? I mean, would you? Who wants to reduce their house price down by 12 or 18, almost 20,000 quid? No one, right? So they're not going to, take this kind of alternative very lightly. All right, so some people may do that just to get the sale. Some people will say, well, forget it, you can sort it out yourself. You got the price at a house at a good price. Other people will say, well, I'll tell you what, I'll go halves with you. You pay 6 grand, I'll pay 6 grand. You pay 9 grand, I'll pay 9 grand. So you see what I mean? Trying to implement, if you find out their septic tank is illegal, trying to implement, these options is a different kettle of fish. So whilst I can advise you on the budget and what it's going to cost you to replace the system and the questions you need to ask, it's a whole new ball game trying to get the householder who's selling the house to actually drop his house price by 18 grand or spend 18 grand to put a system in. So I hope that's helped. But the point is, right, if they're not willing to put in a new system, and they're not willing to drop the price of their house, then maybe you need to consider looking for another house where the vendors will drop their price or put a new system in for you. But anyway, those are some of the pros and the cons of buying a house with a septic tank. So I hope that's helped. If you need any more free advice or information, then you can go to 2 places. You can just go on Google and type in septic tank TV. You'll see loads more videos I've done to help people buying a house with a septic tank and lots of the legal wranglings and problems that come from that. Or you can just go to my website, which is septictank.co.uk, and again you can see lots of videos, you can see lots of advice, lots of information, but also lots of products. Let's say you're buying a house that needs a septic tank replacing. I do lots of systems there that are legal and approved with all the new rules and regulations, and septic tank and soakaway kits, which will save you a lot of money, so if that's a route you have to go down. So listen, thank you very much for watching this live broadcast today. You take care, and I'll speak to you soon. All right, Jason here from Septic Tank Now, if you're looking for a small septic tank, a mini septic tank, one that's ideal for stable blocks, for mobile homes, for outhouses, then this is the tank for you. I've just made, let's have a look, 1, 2, 3, 4 up here. And they're just fantastic septic tanks. I mean, I'm about 6'2", so you can see where these come up to me. They're not very tall, and they're really, really easy to install. They literally take about, I don't know, 40, 50 minutes to install. And they're my most popular selling septic tank. And come to that, they're one of the most popular small septic tanks in the UK. They're called the Cube septic tank. So if you just go onto Google and type in the Cube septic tank, then you'll see these septic tanks that I make up for people and sell. And so basically there's one or two ways you can install these, right? You can put them in with granular backfill if you are on a dry site. I recommend to people that they backfill with a bit of cement or concrete on them, because if your ground's heavily waterlogged, then it will keep them, stop them from popping up or being crushed when you come to empty them. But the point is, these Cube septic tanks, they're really easy to install. They're made for the DIY market. They're only $2.99, yeah, $2.99, and delivery's really cheap too. Don't make a penny on delivery, just charge 59 quid, and that's the typical price of what it costs for a pallet to be transported. They come in a robust steel cage, you can see that there, really robust. They've got baffles in, they come with a riser, they come with a lid, they come with everything. All right, yeah. So if you're looking for a small, miniature, mini Cube septic tank, then here they are, the Cube septic tank. So for more information, as I said, just go onto Google and you can type in Cube septic tank. You'll see my septic tanks there. You can type in septic tank TV, or you can just go directly to septictank.co.uk. That's septictank.co.uk, or you can click the link below this video, right? Below this video, you have a look, there's a link there, just click that and it'll take you straight to the Cube septic tanks. Okay, so yes, we're back for another live broadcast. I've been waiting for that all day. And yeah, we're live on Twitter, we're live on Facebook, we're live around the world, around the planet today, tonight, whatever time it is around the globe, we are live, and we're also live on YouTube. So today I'm going to discuss a subject that is very topical at the moment, and it's something that's very close and dear to my heart, and it is shared septic tank legal issues. Okay, so what do I mean by shared septic tank legal issues? Well, if you've ever had a septic tank that is on, okay, so let me break it down. All right, so for myself, when I first got married, I moved into a Victorian terrace cottage. And it was one of 4 cottages, and the septic tank was in the neighbour's garden at the end of the terrace cottages, and all 3 of us went into her septic tank. Now, for whatever reason, all right, for whatever reason, she didn't get on with any of us, and which is okay. I mean, maybe she didn't like us. It's, you know, it's her prerogative. That's fine. But the point is, right, for some strange reason, she started getting a septic tank emptied every week. And the collective total, it was costing just under £300 a week between the 3 of us, right? She'd pay, it was 400 quid in total. It was almost 100 quid for each of us. That was our part share cost of what it costed to get the tank emptied every week. It was something like 96 quid each. So I had to pay 96 quid. Jim, the next door neighbor, had to pay 96 quid. Andy had to pay 96 quid, and she paid 96 quid. And it was nuts. It was a massive septic tank. And we were like, why are we suddenly paying for being 96 quid a week out each? Look, there's a problem with the tank. Please, can we try and sort it out and fix it? But she wouldn't have it.
And this went on for months and months, 6 months, 9 months, and it made me ill. It made my wife ill. Made the next door neighbours ill. We were just paying for 90 quid plus a month out to get this a week, not a month, 90 quid a week. Sorry, if I said a month, I'm wrong. It was costing us 96 quid a week to get this tank emptied, each of us, right? It's 400 quid a week, that's it, because it was a massive tank. And it was just making me ill. It was making my wife ill. It was making Jim ill. It was making Andy ill. And that's a scenario. That's one typical scenario. That's one problem you can have if you're connected to someone else's septic tank or soakaway system. And, you know, it could have been me. The septic tank could have been in my garden, and the neighbors could have been, you know, when I might not have got it. It can happen to anyone. You know, the septic tank could be in your garden, and the neighbors could be making demands on you, like we were making demands on her, and it just gets messy and it just becomes problematic and it just makes everyone ill. So that's one scenario. There's tons of other variables, right, in this. For example, I had a lady contact me not so long ago. She's got the septic tank in her garden, and the neighbors who are connected to it are making demands to her, and those demands I think maybe are unreasonable, and they're stressing her out and worrying her out. So look, there's tons of different scenarios when you're on a shared septic tank. So I just wanted in this broadcast to put some good news to you, and that is, look, there is light at the end of the tunnel, and I'm going to show you a simple solution of how you can just cut through the red tape and get a simple solution to the shared septic tank legal issues. Okay, so let me just get straight into this. I mean, this is one example. There's loads of different solutions, but the solution I'm about to show you, this particular one, basically will just this is the most common shared septic tank problem I'm about to show you, and this is a most common solution to deal with that problem. All right, so let's get on with this. So there we go. There's say two houses, right? So there's two houses, and let's say the septic tank is in this neighbor's garden. Oh, I've been looking forward to this coffee all day. Really nice. Okay, and so let me just show you a little bit more about the septic tank and soakaway. So here you can see it's a concrete septic tank. It could be any septic tank. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Okay, so so let me just zoom out a bit. All right, let me take some things away here. So, all right, so this is what it looks like. So let me just, there we go. Okay, so this is, if we were just to peel back the layers of grass, this is what it would look like. Okay, so you've got the house there, and then the pipe comes from the house down here, right, into, say, an inspection chamber, like so. Then it goes into the septic tank, and then it goes into the soakaway. So that's basically a typical septic tank and soakaway setup. All right, and so don't ask me why they particularly put that septic tank in that particular garden. Sometimes it's luck of the dice, or however the builder's feeling that day, or whatever. I don't know the rule, you know, or the whys and wherefores, but nevertheless, let's pretend that's a typical scenario. Okay, as I said, it could be any septic tank, could be any soakaway, could be any sewage system. All right, so this is house number 2. All right, so let me show you typically how that will be connected to the neighbor's septic tank. Typically, this is how it works. Your pipework, all right, will come down from the house, and it will, again, it can vary, but I'm just giving you a really simple example. It could go into an inspection chamber like so, and then from there, it will go under the fence. Okay, so let me just come up and give you an overview of that. All right, then it'll come down the fence, and then that pipe will literally go straight into the septic tank, or it will go into, as I said, an inspection chamber. So that's typically the setup of how it looks. And so this is what happens. So let's say this house here, the septic tank is on their land. Well, they've got the keys to the garage, as it were. So they can dictate to house number 2 here how often they have the septic tank emptied. Let's say they want to repair or replace a septic tank. Again, they can make the demand to you that they want to upgrade the system. It's going to be 15, 20,000 quid to do, and they want half the money off you because you share the septic tank with them. Now, there may not be anything wrong with the septic tank, right? I don't know, but these are the legal issues that you come up against, because let's say, right, you don't know much about septic tanks, and house number 1 saying to you, well, we need a new septic tank. You just got to take my word for it. Give us 10 grand. And you're like, well, I want a second opinion. And they're like, well, we've already, and it just goes, and this is, and this is just another example of the headaches and the problems that come from being on shared systems. So, the solution, if you, let me just tell you this, right? If you are sharing someone's system, the easiest thing, number 1, that you can do is to cut yourself off from the shared system. So if the septic tank and soakaway that you're connected to is in your neighbor's garden, the simplest thing to do is cut yourself off from it. And I'm going to show you how to do that right now. I'm going to show you how easy it is, and I'm going to show you how much money that you'll save doing it. It's not as expensive or as hard as you would imagine. All right, so here we go. So let me go dive back into this. Okay, so, oh, where have we gone here? All right, so this is, it's really simple to do. I mean that you can get your builder or anyone to do what I'm about to show you. All right, so I've showed you this scenario. So the first thing that you need to do, well, I'm going to show you where to get the products in a bit, okay? And I'm going to show you what products to use. But I just wanted to show you how simple it is, the principle. That's all I want to show you right now. All right. So the first thing that you need to do, you need to ascertain where you're going to put your septic tank. So logically in this scenario, right, if that's your neighbor's tank there, then you can mirror it. You can put your own septic tank in about this area, all right, round about here. All right, so you can determine where or when you're going, whereabouts you're going to put it. So let's say, for argument's sake, I was going to put the septic tank about here, for argument's sake. The first thing you need to do, and this is really simple, you need to dig a trench. Bam, like that. It really is that simple. So you dig a trench, right? You can dig a trench straight from here. You don't have to cut off anything there or cut into anything. Don't worry about that. Literally, just dig a trench. All right. Then this trench will go to the hole where you're going to put your septic tank. So the next thing that you would do is you dig a hole. There you go. How easy is that? That's your hole for your septic tank. Okay. Pretty straightforward. And up to now, this will have taken you or your builder an hour and a half to do. All right. Then the next thing that you do before you put anything in, you dig another hole for an inspection chamber, and then you dig another hole for your soakaway. So there you go. That is the sum total of what you do. So just putting it really simply and keeping it really basic, right? You dig a trench. You dig a hole for your septic tank, you dig a hole for an inspection chamber, and you dig a hole for your soakaway. I'm going to show you a little bit more now of how it all fits together. Excuse me. All right, so let's start with the trench number 1, okay? Let's start with the trench. First of all, again, you don't have to cut into anything, or, you know, you don't have to be a rocket scientist to work this out. First thing that you do is just put a pipe in the trench. Doesn't need to be connected to anything. Just lay it in the pipe. Just lay the pipe in the trench, okay, that goes towards the tank. Okay, so just lay it like that. All right. Then the next thing that you do is you put the tank, bang, in the hole, just like that. There you go. Look at that. So that's pretty straightforward, isn't it, so far? The tank is in the hole. So there's the pipe, and you put the tank in the hole. And the next thing that you do, you'll notice here, which I've highlighted just here, you'll notice that there's an outlet pipe on the tank. And all that you do is put an outlet pipe into the outlet pipe hole on the tank. And then all that you do then is put inspection chamber in. And these just slot together, just slots together. Look at that. So that's really simple so far. And then this is even easier, and you're going to love this. Right? This is how easy it is to put your soak away in. All right. So this is something called septic tank soak away crates. You put one in, put two in, put three in. The number of crates will differ depending on the number of bedrooms that you've got or you haven't got. So in this instance, there's just 6. So it could be 8, could be 12, could be 16. So don't worry about that, because I'm going to show you how to work that out in a minute. But anyway, in this instance, we're putting 6 crates in the hole. There you go. That's pretty straightforward, isn't it? I mean, and by the way, these aren't rainwater crates. You can't use rainwater crates for a septic tank soak away. You have to use septic tank soak away crates. Okay, so just thought I'd tell you that, because on some sites, quite rightly so, they'll say, no, you can't use rainwater crates. You're not allowed to. And that's right. You have to use septic tank soak away crates. So there is a difference, but people get confused about it. Okay, then once you place those in the hole, you just put a pipe from here into the crates. So let me do that for you now. Okay, that's really straightforward, isn't it? So what you do, you cut a hole in the crates there and just put a standard 4-inch pipe into the crates. Then when you've done that, you just cover the crates over with membrane, like so. So you put the membrane around the side, and you put membrane around around the sides, and you put membrane over the top, just like so. And the reason for that is, once you cover it over with soil, it stops the soil sinking into the crates, and it stops any soil from around the sides of the crates getting into it. So it seals them. It allows the water out, but it doesn't allow the soil in. So how does this work now? All right. Well, next thing you've got to do is make a hole in the inspection chamber and just put the pipe in, or you just connect your pipe from here, wherever you want to connect it in, you just connect it straight to there. And then the beautiful thing is, right, then this pipe work here, you can just disconnect that pipe work and decommission it. So let me do that. Let me just fill that. There we go. Bam. So let's say you've dug that pipe out and you filled it all in. There you go. And then, so all your wastewater now will leave your property. It will come down here. It will go into the septic tank there. From there, this little beauty here, basically, if any baby wipes or nappies or sanitary towels go into the septic tank accidentally or on purpose, some people just put them down, it will get trapped in there. And that's a good thing, because you can lift the lid and take them out, and it'll save you hundreds of pounds. Basically, it means that your soak away won't ever become blocked up, and it will save you. It'll save you hundreds, if not thousands of pounds when you get a blockage. It'll stop you getting blockages, because what happens is Dynarod will come out and they'll charge you 600-700 quid to unblock it. And if they take a week to come and do it because they're busy, then your septic tank soak away isn't working, you've got to pay like 200-300 quid a time to get your tank emptied. And if you have to do that 2 or 3 times before Dynarod does it, you know, it can end up costing you like 1,500, 2 grand, just because you didn't get the German inspection chamber. So there you go. That is how easy it is to cut yourself off from your neighbour's system. So now if I come out, look, there we go. Look at that. So each house now has got its own septic tank and and soakaway system. So your neighbors now, they can put a gold-plated septic tank in, right? They can put a diamond-encrusted soakaway in that costs £500,000. You don't care anymore. Why? Because you've got your own septic tank and soakaway system in. Look at that. You're completely cut off from them. And some questions that people ask. Do you need permission to put a septic tank and soakaway in? Well, the law states this. If you were connected to a septic tank, whether it's on your own land or whether it's on their property, before the 1st of Jan 2020, then you do not need planning permission or permits to do so. I'll say that again. If you're on a shared system and your property was connected to that shared system before the 1st of January 2015, then you do not need approval from building regs or the environmental agency, or you don't need any permissions and you don't need any permits. That's the law. Okay, so that makes it really easy for people who are connected to shared systems to put their own septic tank and soakaway system in. So I don't know why it jumps like that, but there you go. So now another couple of things, important things to tell you as well. Okay, so if you're wondering about the septic tank and soakaway kit you saw here, how much is it going to cost you? Okay, and that's a fair point. How much is it going to cost you to put a septic tank and soakaway system in? Well, you can get a septic tank consultancy or a septic tank sewage treatment plant firm to do it, and they'll charge you anywhere from £6,000 to £10,000 to £15,000 to do it. Or, right, you can just go, and here's an example. Let me just get this up here. For example, we do, if you just go to septictank.co.uk, we do something called a septic tank and soakaway kit. All right, so let's give you an example of what this will cost. So you can get it for 1 to 2 bedrooms, 3 to 4 bedrooms, 5 to 6 bedrooms, and 7 to 8 bedrooms. So let's say you've got a 1 to 2 bedroom property. It's going to cost you £1,499. And it comes, so you get everything with that. You get the septic tank and soakaway. So let me show you what you get. You get the pipe, you get the German inspection chamber, you get the tank, you get a free riser with the tank worth £100. You get the septic tank soakaway crates, and you get free membrane worth £100. And yeah, and so that's what I found. They're very, very, very popular. There's another video there which shows you how to install it. Got all the dimensions there, but it'll literally take you or your builder 3 hours, 2.5 hours to get the whole lot in from start to finish. So that's where that is, I suppose, the best advice I could give you, really. So in a nutshell, if you are attached to your neighbor's septic tank and soakaway, I would heartily recommend, most definitely recommend, you cut yourself off from it and put your own septic tank in. Now, what if you're the neighbor with the septic tank and soakaway in your garden, and someone else is connected to you and they are making demands to you? Well, the most simplest solution, right, for you is to get them to put their own septic tank and soakaway in. You see, now they can't demand, right? So let me give you some things that they can't demand. All right, because you've got the septic tank on your land and they're going into you, you've given them like a way leave, a right of way, right? So from their pipes into your system, they can never demand that you put, £50,000 system in, or you do this or you do that. Only the environmental agency or the government can demand that, right? You can demand you want half the money off them for a new system, but they can't demand that, they want this off you or they want that off you. You're in full control because the septic tank, as long as it's legal and it's working, all right, they may be moaning at you and they may be saying this and they may be saying that and they may be stressing the hell out of you, maybe worrying you. But if your septic tank is working, in good working order, and there's no signs of problems or whatever, then no one can make any demands on you. But if you're not getting on with your neighbors and the septic tank is a contentious issue and it's causing problems, right, then I seriously recommend that you show them this video, for example, because it will show them that they can simply and easily put their own septic tank and soakaway in for 1,400 quid, just over 1,400 quid. So there you go. So I hope that's helped you today. It's horrible. It really is horrible when legal issues do come between you and your neighbors. It really is. It really is stressing, and it really is horrible. So there you go. I hope that's helped you today. Another thing I just wanted to point out before I go today is that many people are asking me about the septic tank ban. All right, many people asking me about the septic tank ban. What exactly is the septic tank ban? Well, the septic tank ban deals with two primary areas. Number one, if the septic tank ban, the actual proper name for it is the General Binding Rules. And if you want to see more information on that, then you can just go to the .gov website. Let me just show you here. Although I'm going to tell you, I'll give it to you in a nutshell what it's all about. But I'm just saying, if you want to find out more about it, you can just, General Binding Rules. There we go. And you can see all about it here. There's tons of information on it. But in a nutshell, what it's about is this. Many septic tanks and soakaways discharge into watercourses. So if your septic tank and soakaway discharge into a watercourse, or you're near a watercourse such as a brook, a river, a stream, ditch, culvert, etc., then your system will become illegal by the 1st of Jan 2020. All right. So in another broadcast, I'll show you how to fix that really simply and easily. But that's the first thing. That's the most important one, that the septic tank ban. They call it the septic tank ban because the Environmental Agency and UK government are going to ban septic tanks from going into watercourses after the 1st of Jan 2020. But if you've got a septic tank and you're not by a watercourse, then you need to do what I'm about to show you. All right, this is very, very important. And you need to get yourself a government compliance form. All right, so basically, after the 1st of Jan 2020, every house must have a government compliance form. So let me just show you what they look like. There you go. That's a government compliance form there. Okay, and basically, you put this, display it in your kitchen or your utility room, and you hand one to your solicitor. All right, and don't let that stress you out. They're free. All right, I'm actually giving them away free. So let me just show you. So if you've got a septic tank and you're watching this broadcast, right, and I seriously recommend you get one of these. They're free. They don't cost a penny. Go to septictank.co.uk. At the top there, you'll see here it says septic tank ban, or you'll see a banner there, beat the septic tank ban. Just click on that, right, and you'll see a lovely video of me grimacing like that, right? But you can watch the video there, and it'll explain in a little bit more detail what I'm explaining to you now. All right, but here I've actually written a lot of the information here, but this is the important bit. At the bottom, you'll see there you can put your name and your email address in there. When you do that, right, you will then via email, I will send you a free government compliance form, just like this. So you download it. So download as many copies as you want, hand one to your solicitor and put one in your utility room. And they're really easy. When you've downloaded it, I mean, I'll give you a quick example of some of the things it says. Right, so Her Majesty's Government, maintenance notice in accord with UK building regs. I acknowledge the sewage system I have installed at my property is so is it a septic tank, is it a cesspool, etc., etc. Where is the sewage system located? So you'd say if it was in the front garden, the back garden, if it was in your neighbour's garden. Sewage system has a capacity of X amount of litres, and so on and so forth. The sewage system is constructed out of, I don't know, fiberglass, bricks, mortar, concrete, whatever, etc., etc. So basically, you fill in the blanks at the end of the form there, and then you just sign it and you date it, and this form will save you thousands and thousands of pounds. And as I said, all you need to do is go to septictank.co.uk. I'll just show you how to do that. I know you're not silly, but look, just type in septictank.co.uk at the top of your bar there. All right, and it should just come up. And as I said, on the left hand side, you've got beat the septic tank ban, and you've got the septic tank ban there. So that's a free tip that will save you thousands of pounds. Because what happens if you come to sell your property and you haven't got one of these, what happens is the solicitor representing the people buying your property will say to you, what sewage system have you got in place? And you'll say, I've got a septic tank in it. And I go, okay, what capacity is the septic tank? And you'll start rummaging around for your septic tank, emptying receipts, stuff like that. And he'll say, well, we need something a bit more substantial than this. And then maybe, and it just goes on and on and on. Maybe you show him, I don't know, you get the septic tank emptying man to come around and shine a torch in there, but it's still not evidence. It's not enough evidence or substantial enough to prove to the people buying your house what system you've got, etc., or the condition of it. And so, to cut a long story short, they'll say, look, maybe they don't know what a septic tank is. Maybe they've never had one, or if they have had one, they're worried about the condition that it's going to be in. They'll get some people around, they'll get some quotes for putting a new septic tank and soak away in, and they'll give you quotes for 6, 12, 15, 20,000 quid. And they'll get you to reduce the price of your house correspondingly. And this does many people's heads in. They're like, stuff it, I ain't selling my house to you if you're going to do that. But the trouble is they'll come across this problem again when the next vendor comes along, because the solicitors are, keyed up to this, But if you've got a government compliance form, all these problems go away. You just hand them the form. The solicitor looks at the form and he's like, okay, you've got this system, it's that, okay, blah, 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 blah. And the problem goes away, and it'll save you thousands and thousands of pounds, right? Thousands of pounds. So there you go. So those are my tips for the day. So if you've got a shared system and it's stressing you out, then, have a watch of this broadcast again, and seriously think about cutting yourself off from your neighbour's system. Cut yourself off and put your own septic tank and soak away in. As I said, if you go to septictank.co.uk, you'll see the septic tank and soak away kits there. As I said, they're worked out for you. Everything comes with them. All you've got to do is dig the hole, and they come to different various sizes, based on the bedrooms. And if you've got a septic tank, and it's not going into a water course, then get yourself a free government compliance form. They're free, all right? And there you go. So thank you very much for watching today's live broadcast. Hope you have a great evening, and I'll speak to you.
Hello, Jason here from septictank.co.uk, and today I'm doing a live broadcast. That's right, I'm live on site doing a septic tank inspection. And if you want to see more live broadcasts like this one, then just go to Septic Tank TV. That's right, that's all you need to do is type in on Google or Bing, whatever, and type in Septic Tank TV. So where I'm at today is like an abandoned, disused quarry, and I'm looking for the soak away, and it's in a very, very unusual place, and I just want to show you this because I've seen many septic tanks and soakaways in my lifetime, but I've never ever seen anything as unusual as what I'm about to show you. So I have to be careful, and yes, I am out of breath. Whoa, it's really steep here where I am, and I don't want to fall down and hurt myself as I'm getting older. It's getting harder to traverse this kind of terrain. So, There you go, I almost fell down a flipping hole then. All right, so I'm going to show you this quarry in a minute. It's like a chalk quarry in the middle of nowhere. In the middle of nowhere. Ah, I can see it over there. I think, yes it is, it's over there. So here we go. Let me just make my way to this place now. Oh, right, okay, I'm going to go this way. Try not to break my neck. Okay, so yeah, so if you've just joined me, this is a live septic tank inspection. So Septic Tank TV was an idea I dreamed up of about a year ago and decided to launch it. I've done hundreds and hundreds of videos now, and it's the UK's most popular septic tank TV channel. Can you imagine that? A septic tank TV channel dedicated to septic tanks and soakaways. Right, okay, I'm almost here now. I'm going to show you this, right? So it's a bit of a climb here, so just bear with me, and I'm going to turn around and show you what this is like. This is nuts, man. This is really nuts. Here we go. Let me turn around and show you that. Now, you probably can't see the full extent of this cliff that's behind me, but it's chalk. It's like a chalk cliff. Oh, flipping heck. All right, so, okay. All right, so let me do this. It's very hard to kind of do a live broadcast without falling down. Okay, so just wanted to give you a glimpse of this crazy wall behind me. Now this is solid chalk. Obviously this was a quarry, right? This was a quarry at one time. And what they did, it was a chalk quarry. And I know you all know what chalk is, but have a look at this. This is nuts, man. All right, so this is chalk behind me. Whew, I'm puffing out now. Chalk like you get at school. So if I run my finger on that, that's what it looks like, chalk. And chalk, do you know what? I didn't know what chalk was. I thought it was just a naturally occurring mineral. But chalk apparently is the bones of crustaceans and stuff like that. Other animals and insects and all those kind of things that lived at the bottom of the ocean. And apparently it was like at one time a Mediterranean climate, and some catastrophe happened, something like that, and it turned, these are all the bones of those crustaceans, I can't even speak properly, crustaceans and things like that, you know what I mean. Anyway, I digress, so let's move on. Right, so the soakaway that I want to show you is, I have to be careful here because there's a hell of a drop down there, so I'm literally on this wall. I've been not scared for my life, but it's not the easiest septic tank soakaway I've ever had to get to in my life. So there's quite a drop here. So okay, so just bear with me a sec. Whew. I'm getting there slowly. Hold on. Yeah, it's not a case of being unfit here. It's a case of right, I'm here. This is something like out of Indiana Jones. Oh, I found it. What I'm about to show you is absolutely nuts. I've never ever seen a soakaway like this. The house, let me just turn this around here. Let me just turn this around. There we go. Okay, here we go. Now, up above me there somewhere, there's a house up there, right, in the distance. And look at this. I'm going to show you this soakaway. This is nuts. Can you see that thing coming out of the chalk cliff there? Can you see that? How nuts is that? That's a soakaway from a septic tank. Let me just try and get a bit closer here, right? Without falling off this cliff. I'm just going to kneel down here. Oh, so there you go. That, obviously. Now, that's a black perforated pipe coming out of goodness knows where, right? And obviously someone, that pipe, I reckon, looking at it, is about a year, 2, maybe 3 years old, something like that. But you can see it's just discharging on to here, and that's obviously the water has run down there. But just let me look where it's coming out from. It's nuts. So obviously someone's drilled a hole at the top and pushed this pipe through. So let me just see if I can actually show you. Hold on, just let me see now if I can actually show you what's above here. So can you see the kind of the tree line there, right? And there's the pipe. Ah, there you go, you can see it. So the septic tank is somewhere up there, and there's the soakaway pipe coming out of the chalk cliff. I've never, ever seen, right? Never seen a flipping soakaway pipe coming out of a chalk cliff before. So, wow, look at that. It's like little caves and stuff here. Let me show you this, man. Wow, there we go. Look at those caves. Wow, look at that. I used to do metal detecting and treasure hunting, and that's why I think I love looking for septic tanks and doing stuff like this. But anyway, look, I digress. What I'm trying to say to you is, right, this is the stuff that I love doing and I get up to on Septic Tank TV. So yeah, Septic Tank TV, just go to Septic Tank TV to see more of my videos and stuff like that. Septic Tank TV, right? You can see more if you like it. Subscribe to my YouTube channel, just type in Septic Tank TV, and yeah, and I'll show you more and more live septic tank inspections. So there you go, look at that. All right, it's all right, it's all right. So listen, thanks very much for watching this live broadcast today. I'm going to go and figure out now how on earth, all right, I'm going to replace their septic tank and soakaway, or what I can do to remedy the situation, because all right, in itself, that's not illegal, but down here, right, this drop right down here, it goes into like a big pool of water. That pool of water obviously drains somewhere. So from the 1st of January 2020, this kind of soakaway will be illegal. So it's nuts. Oh, hazelnuts. Right, okay, so I'm going to sign off now and precariously try and make my way back to the Jeep. So listen, thanks a lot for taking the time to watch this live broadcast. And yeah, Septic Tank TV, if you want to see more of me in my adventures, Septic Tank broadcasts. So listen, you take care now, and I'll speak to you soon. If you wonder why I'm running, it's because there's a bull after me.
This is the septic tank, and this is the soakaway.
I have no actual idea where the septic tank and soakaway are. So this is an amazing place. I mean, I get to go on some really fantastic places.
Today, we're talking about something that's very, very close to my heart.
You know, so I just wanted to show you what...
Hello, Jason here from septictank.co.uk.
This is really starting to freak me out now. I'm in a wood in the middle of nowhere. It's getting dark. I can't find the septic tank and soakaway, and there's someone following me, hiding in between the trees there. I mean, I'm absolutely in the middle of nowhere. Come on out! Why are you hiding?
And this is what we came up with. A dog poop septic tank. Yeah, that's right.
And if you're just joining me, oh man alive. Yes, I'm live on a site inspection here. Heck, that's really heavy. Look at that. That's a really heavy old soakaway pipe.
So there you can see an outlet pipe. Now that outlet pipe is discharging straight into a watercourse. All right, Jason here from septictank.co.uk, and in today's live broadcast, I'm going to be dealing with this question, which is why people think they should never buy a house with a septic tank. So why is that? Why do people have this misconception or this view of septic tanks? Well, I'm going to discuss 5 main reasons why people
think this way. I want to debunk this myth, this theory. So if you're thinking of buying a house with a septic tank and you're not going to buy one because you're worried or you're confused or you're basing that on hearsay, then please think again. Watch this video, because you could have, it could be a dream house that you're after, and for the sake of a horseshoe nail, you're going to lose the house you've always dreamed of. So let me show you this, right? So these are the 5 main reasons. So let's deal with them in order. So reason number 1, why many people don't want to go buy a house with a septic tank, because they think septic tanks are smelly. Now, maybe if you've lived and been connected to the main sewer all your life, you know, and you haven't had to think about what happens after you flush the loo. If the drain smells, just put a bit of domestos down there. That's probably about as much as you've had to give thought to get wastewater and getting rid of waste. Well, it doesn't really change when you buy a house with a septic tank. Now, some septic tanks do smell, but look, I've been doing this for 20 years, right? I've had my head in septic tanks. I got my head in septic tanks all the time. But let me tell you this, a healthy septic tank never, ever smells, right? The only reason that a septic tank will ever smell is if you kill the good bacteria in there, right? And there's only one way to kill all the good bacteria in a septic tank, and that is to use, right? That's to, if you use, do you know what? This is my first time live on YouTube for a while, and man, it's all going Pete Tong. Right, so let's try that again, right? Let's try. It's hard to talk, right? All right, I'm going to just put here, look. If you use too many cleaning products, right, it will kill the good bacteria in a septic tank, and that's what makes it smell. If a septic tank smells, right, you just put a bit of yeast in there, a bit of milk, a bit of tea bags, and the smell will just disappear instantly, right? But look, you know, even if you're not on a septic tank, you still get smelly toilets, you still get smelly drains. How do you deal with a smelly drain? How do you deal with a smelly toilet? You just put, you know, some air freshener in there, you open the window. So it's a fallacy that all septic tanks smell. They don't. Occasionally they do, because the hotels or the places that have got a septic tank, they put too many cleaning products down there, right? Too much cleaning products isn't good anywhere, you know, never mind down a septic tank. Reason number 2. People think that septic tanks are complicated to fix. Well, let me just start and stop you there, right? They're not complicated to fix, right? A septic tank consists of 4 walls and a ceiling. So just like the room that I'm standing in now, there's a wall behind me, there's a ceiling above me. It's just a room under the ground. How difficult is it, or how complicated is it to fix a room with a floor and 4 walls and a ceiling? Sure, right? Some houses, if you bought a really old house and it hasn't been lived in for years, and it's dilapidated and it's falling apart, yeah, all right, you got to put a new roof on it, you got to redo the floorboards, brick the walls, replaster it. But I mean, goodness me, if you were buying a house where the septic tank was in that condition, you just put a new one in. So, you know, which just means digging a hole and putting a new tank in, which takes about from 60 minutes to do, 1 hour. So they are not complicated to fix. So don't let anyone misguide you, mislead you with that reason. It's faulty reasoning, right? Reason number 3. People think that septic tanks are difficult to maintain. It's a hole in the ground, right? All your wastewater from your house just goes into the septic tank, and then the water drains away into the soil. Rainwater drains away into the soil. It's not a complicated procedure, right? It's not difficult to maintain. As long as you just get, all right, there's 2 ways to maintain a septic tank, right? Once a year, you get a septic tank emptying man in. He takes the lid off the septic tank. He puts a hose into
your septic tank, he sucks it out, and then he goes away, and he comes back in a year's time. That will cost you what, 100 quid, 200 quid, something like that. It's cheaper than maintaining or running a car. That's as complicated as it gets. If you want to make it even simpler, then just put some septic tank soak away worms into the septic tank. I mean it. They're like a bucket of worms. They're special sewage worms. We sell them on septictank.co.uk. Just tip the bucket in. They eat all the poo. They eat all the fat. They eat all the grease. Job done. That's it. It's as complicated as that, which isn't complicated at all. Right? Okay. Reason number 4. Many people think that since all the rules and the regulations have changed on the 1st of Jan 2020, that septic tanks are now illegal. Oh, you know, hot potato, don't go near it. It's not true. It's not true. Listen, some cars, right? Some cars that are on the road are illegal because they haven't got MOT certificates, right? Or they got bold tires, or the lights don't work, right? All right. And those are legitimate reasons why those cars are illegal. Now, with a septic tank, certain places, septic tanks can't now discharge. They can't put poo and wee into a river or a canal or a pond. That's it. That's what the basic laws boil down to. If your septic, whereas before a septic tank could, although it was frowned upon, discharge into a river or a stream and put lots of poo in there, they can't do that now. 99% of people are responsible septic tank owners, and you know, they wouldn't do that anyway. But the point is, most septic tanks don't discharge into a river or a stream anyway. So it only applies to a certain percent of people, a certain demographic. So 99% of septic tanks in the UK aren't affected by these new laws and regulations. All right, last one, right? Last reason. People will never buy a house with a septic tank because they're expensive to fix. Do you know what, right? These septic tanks started being put in the 1800s, right? Queen Victoria's time, and they're still around today. The old brick septic tanks, right? The old concrete septic tanks, they've got a lifespan of like 50 to 150 to 250 to 350 years, right? The only reason that those septic tanks eventually break down and need replacing is because either a digger's smashed into them, or, you know, there's been an earthquake, or there's been demolition work or subsidence, you know. So it's very, very rare that an old septic tank will need replacing. They outlive human beings. All right, so let's say you needed a new septic tank. Typically, a new septic tank for a 1 to 4 bedroom property will cost you, God, $599. If you're looking to accommodate for 1 to 2 people, it costs you 299 quid. So they're not expensive. It's cheaper to replace a septic tank and soak away than it is to replace parts on your car. So I just wanted to show you, right, why some people will never buy a house with a septic tank. And that's a shame, because as I said, it could be a dream home that you've seen, but you've been scared off, you've been misled, or put off by maybe things and articles you've read on the internet. Now, I've been in the septic tank business for 20 years, right? You may think, oh, well, this guy, you know, he's got a septic tank business. He is, the reason why he's saying that is because, you know, he wants us to buy a septic tank from him. It's not true. Look, if you're buying a house with a septic tank, and the septic tank's been in there for 100 years, it's probably going to be in there for another 150 years. You know, I give so much free advice and help to people, right? This is not a sales pitch. I'm just trying to show you that if you buy a house, right, and it's got a septic tank, then chances are 99% that you'll never, ever, ever experience any problems, and it'll cost you, what, about 200 quid a year to maintain. Now look, if you want any free help or advice, right, all you need to do is go to septictank.co.uk. It's free, right? It's free. It's a free website. I'm a septic tank consultant. I just give out free advice and free help to people. And that's why I make videos like this, because I love septic tanks. I hate people having to spend out money when they don't have to. You know, I'm not a sales guy. I actually, you know, save people lots of money. People ring me up all the time, right? Oh, I got this septic tank problem, I got that. And I say, why don't you just do that and don't do that? I never make any money from the sales generally, you know, it's other lines of area where, you know, my actually business generates money, but actually helping people and giving them free advice and pointing them in the direction is what I love doing. It's free and it won't cost you a penny to go to septictank.co.uk or to give me a ring. So listen, thank you very, very much for watching this live broadcast today. I hope it's helped. I hope maybe if you've seen a house out there and you did have cold feet about buying a septic tank and you were put off, hopefully this may get you to reconsider buying that dream home that you've always wanted. But listen, either way, thank you very much for watching this live broadcast today. You take care and I'll speak to you soon. Now I've got to turn this off. How do I do that? Okay. All right, let's try this. You take care now. Bye-bye. All right, Jason here from septictank.co.uk. Just an incredible site behind me. And so you see all those houses behind me, right? See all those houses? Let me just show you what we've got here. We've got amazing blue sea, right? And if I just turn the camera around here, you'll see that there's loads of houses on top of the hill behind me. So why am I showing you a load of houses on a hill in a beautiful, idyllic place? Because they're all on septic tanks. And on the 1st of January 2020, all those properties that I've just shown you will all be affected by the new rules and regulations regarding septic tanks that come into force soon. So many of them will be spending 15, 20, 25,000 quid to replace their systems. Others will just ignore it and hope the new rules and regulations go away. But listen, the government inspectors are coming whether we like it or not. But the point I made this live broadcast now is because there's some good news in all this. You can make your septic tank legal easily and for free. All you need is a government compliance form for septic tanks. A government compliance form for septic tanks, and you can download one for free from septictank.co.uk. That's right, you can get them for free. Download it, print off as many copies as you want, lodge one with your solicitor, put one in your utility room or your kitchen, wherever, have it on display, and it'll save you thousands of pounds, especially if you come to sell your property. So if you want to make your septic tank legal, all you need is a government compliance form, and you can get one free from septictank.co.uk.
Hello, Jason here. And in this live broadcast, I'm going to I'm going to answer the question, what to do with abandoned septic tanks. Now, don't often get asked this question, and it's an amazing question. Whoever asked it, thank you so much. In fact, just looking now, I think it was Sophie. So thank you very much, Sophie, for asking such an amazing question. So let me try and give you an amazing answer, all right? What to do with an abandoned septic tank? Okay, so let's say you've put your new septic tank and soakaway somewhere else, right? Maybe it's next to your old tank, maybe it's far away, but right, so you've got two options with your septic tank. So let's say this is the grass, right? And here is the old septic tank. So I'm gonna, if I just put that old septic tank, there we go. So what can you do with your old septic tank? Because look, if you've got animals or you've got children, you don't want them falling into this big cavity in the ground, because, you know, it'll injure them, or worst case scenario, you know, it's dangerous and it could kill someone. Okay, so let me give you the options. Option number one, you could dig it all out. Okay, so you've got a digger on site, you could dig it out. So if it's a plastic one, a fiberglass one, If it's a concrete one, you could use your digger bucket to crush it, to smash it all up, dig it out and take it away somewhere. You could do that. Some people do that. Personally, it's a lot of hassle, and it can be dangerous as well, because you imagine you're digging out a structure that's been in the ground for goodness knows how long. You know, once your digger starts getting close to the edge here, you know, you could topple into it. So the situation could become worse than it was formerly. But nevertheless, that's option number one. You could dig it out. Number two, all right, my favorite option is to fill it in. Fill it in. You've got all this soil and rubble from digging the hole where you've put your new septic tank and soak away, right? So you could just fill it in with bricks and rubble and soil. So if it's filled in, right, then there's no cavity there anymore. So no one can fall into it because there's nothing to fall into. So you can actually leave the entire structure there. If there is a concrete lid on there, you can just break it in a bit with a digger bucket, bang, bang, bang it down. And then when the hole's big enough, just pour or scoop all the soil into it. If you've got rubble on site, just tip it into it until it's full. So if the kids ever did get in there, if the dog ever did fall in there, whatever, it's only going to fall in an inch or half an inch, worst case scenario, because things do settle over time. So, but the point is to fill it in. Some people even put their new septic tank in the old septic tank. So they put it in here, say, like that, they put it in there, and then they'll concrete around it or fill it with shingle or sand. So for me, if you've got an old abandoned septic tank and it's posing a threat to you or your family, or you're just worried about it, yes, you can dig it out, get a skip, put it all on the skip, but you've got to end up filling the hole back in anyway. But for me, every time, once it's decommissioned, fill it in. If it's full in, if it's full up, I got there in the end, I need to get my teeth back in. If it's full up, there's nothing to fall into. Okay, so there you go. So that's what I would do with an old abandoned septic tank. That's what I do. So how cool is that? So if you want to see more of me, right, just go to Septic Tank TV. Look at that. All right, and I'll give you loads more videos. These live broadcasts I do every day. I give you loads of free tips, free help, free advice. That's why I love doing these shows, because I love helping people for free. Don't want a penny off you. So just go into Google, type in Septic Tank TV, and you can see more of me. Look, if you want me to actually speak to you in person, then just go to septictank.co.uk. Give me a help. I probably need some help, but look, I'm there to give you some help. So just give me a ring, and I look forward to speaking to you soon. In today's live broadcast, we're going to be looking at how much does it cost, right, to install a septic tank. So how much does a septic tank cost? How much does it cost to install one? And so I thought I'd get straight into this. Now, there's two types of septic tanks on the UK market. All right, we've got an onion style septic tank, and we've got a shallow dig septic tank. Okay, so those are the two types of septic tanks that we've got on the market today. So the onion tank here, well, that's a tank that's been out since the late 1980s. Yeah, late 1980s that's been out, and they're made of fiberglass. And the size that I've got here is pretty much spot on for size and comparison instance here, right? So you've got your onion-shaped septic tank there. They're made of fiberglass. They've been around since the late 80s. They're very, very popular in the late 80s because they replaced the concrete and the bricks-shaped septic tanks. These shallow septic tanks literally came on the scene, oh man alive, about 3 or 4 years ago. And they're made from what's called HDPE. HDPE. Let me put that here. Look. HDPE. All right. Actually, if I put fiberglass there, all right, and that means high density polyethylene. Now, that may be a bit of a mouthful, but the point being is, right, they're very, very, very strong but light tanks. And now I'm going to show you the difference between the two tanks. But the point is, which septic tank, if you're going to install a septic tank, which one should you go for? Which is going to be the best value? All right, out of the two, which is going to be the most cost effective, and which tank is going to be the best or the best value for money? So let's start with the onion-shaped septic tank here. Now, the onion-shaped septic tanks are cheaper than these shallow-shaped septic tanks. When I say cheaper, septic tanks, as you know, come in different sizes, but based on the number of bedrooms, right? So let's say we're looking at a 1 to 2 bedroom property here, 3 to 4, 5 to 6 bedroom property. The size of the tank will increase in size based on the number of bedrooms that you've got. So keeping this relative, the onion-shaped septic tank will always be a couple of £100 cheaper than the shallow dig septic tank. All right, so these are cheaper to buy up front. So does that mean they're the better tank? Well, you'd think so, wouldn't you? Because if you've got a budget, and let's give you a typical price here. So let me give you a typical price. So an onion-shaped septic tank, you can get them, say, for about $599. All right. So you can pick one of those up, say typically $599 plus the VAT, but we'll just stick with the before the VAT. Okay. So a shallow dig septic tank, typically you're looking at something for this about $699. So there is £100 difference there initially. And so if you're on a budget, I suppose, you know, 100 quid here, £100 there, you know, it looks like the odds are stacking up in your favor. But there's some considerations for you to consider. That's why I'm doing this live broadcast. You've got to look at the overall cost, how much it's going to cost you overall to install the septic tank. Now, you may also be putting a soakaway in, all right? And so you've got to base the final figure of how much the septic tank installation is going to cost based on the final figure. So what do I mean by that? All right, so you bought your tank. So let me show you the maths here. Let me show you the maths, right? So you've bought your septic tank for, let me just add all this up for you, and then I can show you. So you've bought your septic tank for $599. Great. All right, so then you're going to buy the pipe work for it. So let's say typically you're going to use 15 meters of pipe work. And let's say that costs you 100 quid. All right, so we got the tank and we got the pipes. Now, how much room have I got to go down now? Okay, I've still got a bit of room to go down. I've got a computer screen there which shows me kind of if I fit into the frame, so I can see how far down to go. So if you wonder why I keep looking over there, that's why I'm doing that. So, all right, so we've got the tank, we've got the pipes. Now, you've then got to get the digger to dig the hole. Now, as you can see, you've got to go down a lot deeper with the onion septic tank than you have with the shallow one. So the type of digger, so normally, which I'll go on to this, on these shallow ones, you can get away with a 1.5 ton digger, right? But for these tanks, you need a deeper reach, which means a bigger digger to get down to this depth. So typically, on average, you're looking about, you're not going to have much change from 500 quid for the digger for the week to put that tank in. So you've got your tank, you've got your pipes, and you've got your digger. All right. Now, this is the thing that people forget with these onion-shaped septic tanks. Not once you've dug the hole, the only downside with them, apart from that they're got quite a flimsy kind of weak shell made of fiberglass, is that you've got to concrete them in. People forget that. Builders merchants who sell these tanks for cheap don't tell the people that they've got to install them with concrete. You've got to backfill with concrete. You've got to put like a concrete jacket around there. And that is because if you don't, when it rains, they just pop out of the ground. It's just because of their shape and the surface area, and they just become buoyant if they're surrounded by water moisture or water, and they pop out of the ground. So you have to encase these tanks in concrete. In fact, if you don't, in many counties, the council have made it a requirement. You can't install one unless you do backfill it with concrete. And in fact, manufacturers, they won't warranty the tank. If something goes wrong with the tank, they'll come out and say, did you concrete it in? Unless you've concreted it in, they will not warranty the tank for you. So you have to concrete them in. And you've also got to put what's called an anchor on them before you concrete them in. Now, an anchor basically composes of straps, I suppose like braces, yeah? So you've got these straps and you've got a lint right at the bottom here. So you've got to anchor it in. Now, to anchor them in, it typically costs about 199 quid for the anchor. But then the concrete, oh man alive, you can pay anywhere from like flipping heck, 600, 700, 800 quid for concreting. So let's say it costs 700 quid for the concreting. I'll just go for a mean average there. This is based on the small tank as well, right? So there you go. That's typically what it's going to cost you to put an onion-shaped septic tank into the ground. Now let me just get my calculator here. Where is it? Okay. So I'm sorry if things are a bit lopsided on the board here, but hopefully you can still make some sense of that. So let's add all this up, right? So you've got 599, you've got 100 for the pipes, you've got 500 quid for the digger, you've got 199 quid for the anchor, and you've got 700 quid for the concrete. So, I pressed the wrong button, cancelled it all. So let's do that again. 599 plus 100 plus 500 for the digger, 199 for the anchor, and 700 quid for the concrete equals, there you go. So we've got a grand total of 2,098 quid plus the VAT to go on top of that. So let's times that by 1.2. So you're looking at a grand total of £2,517.60. Can you still see that? Is that on there? Yeah, it is. All right, so that is your grand total, 2,500 quid just to install the septic tank. So whilst you've saved 100 quid up front, maybe 150, because the builder's yard has a special offer on, you've got to take these other factors into consideration. So now let's add everything up to do with a shallow HDP tank. So the tank itself, we've seen it 699. Okay, so it's 100 quid dearer than that. All right, so again, you're going to have to spend your 100 quid out on pipes. So we've got the tank and we've got 100 quid on pipes there. Okay. So digger wise, well, on these shallow dig septic tanks are literally flipping heck. I mean, some of them are like 3.5, 4 foot deep. That's the maximum depth. So in reality, it's about 250 to 300 quid for a digger to install this. So let's go for the higher end then. Let's go for this. Let's say 350 quid, right? Let's go over the top there for the digger for the week. Now, because it's shallow and they're heavy duty, you don't need to use any concrete with them. So when you've dug your hole, you just need to backfill with 20 to 30 mil shingle or gravel. You don't need any concrete. You don't need to anchor it. And yeah, you don't need any concrete whatsoever. So how that works is, so let's say it rains or there's water moisture in the ground, the gravel absorbs any water pressure, so it doesn't pop out of the ground. They're amazing tanks, brilliant. I love installing these. Oh man, if you've ever installed these and you try installing one of these, you'll never go back to one of those again. Never, ever, ever. All right, so the gravel. So typically you need about 4 ton. So you can get it loose for about 35, 40 quid a ton. So let's say that's 40. That's 80, that's 160 quid, right? 160 quid for the shingle. Okay. And what else? That's it. That is it. So let me add this up for you, right? Let me add this up. You don't need an anchor. You don't need any concreting with it whatsoever. So let's add the two up. So you got 699 plus 100 plus 350 quid for the digger and 160 quid for the shingle. So you've got a total of 1309. So you can see straight away, right, 700 quid cheaper than the onion tank, even though you've paid 100 quid more for it. Initially, on the back end, you've clawed back 600 quid now. So let's times that by 1.2. There you go. So with the VAT, so plus the VAT comes to 1570 and 80p. So let's do the maths here. So we've got 2,517, 2,000, come on, Jason, 2,017 pounds and 60p minus 1570.80 equals, there you go, you're saving 946 pounds and 80p. Right, so you've almost saved 1,000 quid. So yes, you've paid 100 quid more for that tank, but overall you've saved almost 1,000 quid in savings. Look at that. Right, now that is a lot of money, right? And that is just a very liberal estimate. I've gone over the top on the digger and the shingle there, and I've been very liberal in under quoting the estimates there, rather than I've underquoted rather than overquoted to keep the figure down there. So in reality, right, it works out that these tanks typically cost anywhere from 1,000 to 1,500 quid less than it does to put an onion-shaped septic tank in. Plus, you've got to think of time-wise, right? To put this onion tank in, it takes you a day to dig the hole, right? Then you've got to anchor it down either the next day or at the end of the day so it doesn't pop out the ground overnight. Then you've got to spend the next day, get the concrete mixer in, put all the concrete. Then you've got to wait for it to set, right? So to typically put an onion tank in, right, can take, man alive, right? Oh, it take you a week at least, right? With these tanks, you can literally get them in within an hour. I'm not kidding. An hour, 2 hours most. So here, well, that's taken a week, right? Whereas this takes a day, 2 or 3 hours. But I'm saying a day with the soak away. Now, I haven't even talked about the soak away today, and I'm not going to, but I just want to show you, right? You've saved 1,000 quid or 1,500 quid, right? With putting that kind of tank in compared to that one. We haven't even talked about the soak away yet. I'll just quickly show you something, right? The outlet pipe on these onion tanks is about here, which is at least a meter below the grass. For every few inches that you actually go down into the soil, into the clay, the size of the soak away grows, and the price grows exponentially as well, right? With that, on these shallow dig septic tanks, the outlet pipe is about here. So I'm just giving you a rough comparison now. Whereas that would probably cost you 1,000, 1,500 quid for the soak away, 2,000 quid, right? That would cost you 300 or 400 quid. So by the time you've put the septic tank and soak away in for both systems, and you compare all the prices, you're talking about saving about 2,500 quid, right? So don't be conned, don't be fooled when you go to your builder's yard and you see an onion tank that is 100 or 200 quid cheaper. Please, 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 before you spend any money, before you spend another penny, add everything up, then compare the prices and work out how much you're going to spend and how much you'll save. So I hope this tip's really helped you today. I love doing this because I just want to help people save money and find simple, easy solutions and not get ripped off, basically. So look, my name's Jason. As I said there, you got septictank.co.uk. Just go there, you'll find loads of free videos and advice, free videos and advice, right? There's no kind of ulterior motive. I just want to help people, as I said, help them to find cost-effective solutions to their problems. If something's stressing you out, if something's worrying you, just ring me and I'll put some solutions your way, some cost-effective, simple, easy solutions that will help with your septic tank problem. So listen, thank you very much for watching this live broadcast today. I'll be back later, but there you go. So that's how much it costs for a septic tank. Other live broadcast. Okay, now today I'm going to be explaining the question, what is a septic tank pump? What is a septic tank pump? Because probably 40% of septic tanks up and down the country actually cannot exist or function without a pump. So what is a septic tank pump? Well, let's have a look. So here's a typical scenario that many septic tank owners find themselves in, and it's a very strange one, right? Because in this instance, the soakaway is uphill, right? The soakaway is uphill. And as you know, typically septic tanks work via gravity, all right? So what does that mean? Well, water comes out of the septic tank typically, and then it drains away. For example, streams and rivers flow into the ocean. The ocean, sea level, is the lowest point on the earth. Okay, what I mean is, above the waters, sea level, before you actually go below water to the ripping bottoms of the ocean. What I'm saying is, on land, the lowest point of land is sea level. All right, and so all the rivers and all the streams flow into the sea. All right, so typically septic tanks work via gravity. It comes out of the septic tank, it goes into the soakaway, it goes through the soil, through the fields, into the brooks, into the streams, and then makes its way into the sea. So what happens then? What happens if your soakaway is uphill? Because you can't defy the law of gravity. And this is the situation we find ourselves in. Here's a soakaway that's actually, if we go to the septic tank now, here's the soakaway uphill. So how on earth, right? How on earth do you get the stuff in the septic tank, right, up here? Well, that's exactly what I'm going to show you, okay? And thankfully, due to some very clever people, so let's give you the scenario here. So, all right, so let's take away the panel, and so here we go. Let's fill the tank up with water. Okay, so we've got to get all this wastewater now up the hill here into the soakaway. How do we do it? How do we do it? Well, some very clever boffin invented a pump. All right, so I know that sounds strange, but let me show you exactly what I mean. So here we go. So this is called a pump chamber. All right, this is called a pump chamber, and it's very, very clever. It almost works on like a ball cock, like a float switch. So you remember the old systems you had like a ball cock in, when the water when you flush the toilet, the cistern would then fill up and the ball cock would rise, and then it would shut off and it would be loaded, ready to flush again. Well, a pump works in exactly the same way. So here's all the wastewater from the septic tank. Now from here, because it can't go uphill, it goes first of all into the water, leaves the septic tank. Let's go in for a deeper dive here. It leaves the outlet pipe on the septic tank and actually makes its way into the pump chamber. So there you go. So the pump chamber now is full of water. All right, so now we've got to get it. How does it get it up the hill? Well, first of all right, if your soakaway is uphill, the first thing that you need to connect the pump chamber and the soakaway is an inspection chamber. All right, and the inspection chamber, from the inspection chamber to the pump chamber, you need to put a pipe. All right, it looks like a hose pipe, agreed. I've made it green just for illustrative purposes. Okay, so here we go. So the pump chamber water comes from the septic tank, it goes into the pump chamber, and then it makes its way up to the soakaway. So how does that work? Well, let me show you. Let's go closer in. Inside the pump chamber is where all the magic happens. So let me just take the water away. Inside, as I said, there's a float switch, like a ball cock in the old cisterns. And what happens is, as the pump chamber fills up with water, the float switch will rise, okay? And when it rises to a certain height, the motor will then kick in. So let me show you, all right? So you get water comes in from the septic tank through the outlet pipe, and it fills the chamber up. All right, that's pretty explanatory so far, isn't it? Okay. Then the float switch inside here will then rise, to the top. Did you see that? I'll do that again. I'll go a bit closer. So there's the float switch there. All right. So before it was here, and when the water goes in, it rises to the top. There you go. And then what happens is the motor kicks in and it sucks and draws all the water out from here. So let me show you that. So whoosh. So the water sucks all the water out, right? All the water then is discharged and travels up this pipe into the distribution box here. And then it's distributed into the here, look at that. So let me just slow that down. That's going a bit too fast, that is. So let me just, there you go. Look at that. How cool is that? So it makes its way up and then it goes and is discharged into the soakaway here. Look at that. That's cool, isn't it? All right. And then from there, the soakaway can naturally, all right, naturally do its job and soak away into the ground. And that's it. So if you've got a septic tank, right, that's in a normal situation, and you'd be surprised how many people ring me up, right, and you've got a soakaway uphill, then all you need is a pump chamber. All right, it's a pretty simple solution. It's an amazing invention, whoever came up with it. Okay, so there you go. That is answered the question, what is a septic tank pump? And more to the point, that's how a septic tank pump works. So listen, thank you very much for watching my live broadcast today. Many people ask me where they can catch up and see more of my live broadcasts I've done. Say you're working and you can't watch them. Well, if you just go to septictank.co.uk, you'll see there it says Septic Tank TV. If you click that, you'll see here I've got hundreds of videos, that live videos and free tips and advice that I've done to help people. So if you want some late night TV viewing, here's lots of videos that I've done there. So yeah, so just go to septictank.co.uk and you'll see Septic Tank TV on there. Well, this was a live broadcast, and very soon I'm going to put my live broadcast on my website so you can actually watch them live. But listen, thank you very much for taking the time to watch my live broadcast today. Have a great day, and I'll speak to you later.
So, what is a septic tank? Well, let me show you. This is a septic tank, and this is the soakaway. A septic tank is a large holding tank that's buried underground, and they can come in various shapes and sizes. This is what they call an onion tank or a bottle-shaped septic tank. Soakaways also come in different shapes and sizes and can be made from various different materials. This particular soakaway is called a herringbone design because it's in the shape of a herringbone and it's sitting on a bed of shingle. So, how does a septic tank and soakaway work? First of all, the septic tank fills up with wastewater from your house. Then, the wastewater makes its way from the septic tank into the outlet pipe. And from the outlet pipe, the wastewater then makes its way into the arteries of the soakaway and soaks away into this shingle bed below it. From there, the wastewater naturally drains away into the soil. So there you have it. That was simple, wasn't it? That's how a septic tank and soakaway work. To see more free videos or to learn more, then just click the link below this video.
All right, Jason here from Septic Tank TV. Welcome to another live broadcast. So today I'm going to answer the question, what is a 3-chamber septic tank, right? And how does a 3-chamber septic tank work? Yeah, okay, so this is one of the most popular questions that I get asked live on Twitter and Facebook and YouTube. So I'm going to answer that question tonight, hopefully. Okay, so let's start by answering the first question. What is a 3-chamber septic tank? Well, basically, right, it's a tank with 1, 2, 3 chambers in. Yeah, seriously. So you can also get a 2-chamber septic tank, but that's what a 3-chamber septic tank is. So why would anyone on earth, right, make a septic tank with 3 chambers? Why? I'm going to show you. All right, so let me get my blue pen here. All right, so you've got an inlet pipe and you've got an outlet pipe. Now, this inlet pipe here is the wastewater from your house. So let's say you've got a house, right? And wastewater, what I mean by wastewater is that's your bath water, your dishwasher water, that's your shower water, your bidet water, that's your toilet water, that's all your water, all your waste, right, comes in. Oh, where's my blue pen gone? All your wastewater comes in here. Look. Okay, so you've had a bath. This is where it comes in, all right, into here. All right, okay, so, and what happens is this. All right, all your wastewater will fill up to here. All right, so all the wastewater will fill up, look, chamber number 1. Now, in wastewater, there's lots of debris. Where's my other pen gone, right? There's lots of debris in wastewater. So when I mean debris, I mean things like hair and nails and skin and teeth and fat and grease and sludge and vegetables such as potato peelings, carrot peelings, stuff like that, right? So all this debris will float, starts floating on the top, but then it falls, right, all the way down, right? So the debris falls down to the bottom of the first chamber. So, and that debris will build up on the floor of your septic tank in chamber 1. All right, that's pretty easy, isn't it? Now, so that debris there is, as I said, is made up of fat, grease and sludge and other kind of poor, horrible, smelly stuff, right? But not only that, right? So that's the heavy stuff that's fallen to the bottom. The other debris will float in the water. All right, so other debris will float in the water like so. Now that debris floating in the water are called suspended solids, right? Because they just float around. I suppose if you wanted to liken it to something, I suppose they're like jellyfish, right? And then you'll get other debris that will float on top of the water. All right, so basically you've got 3 stages, right? Stuff that floats on the water, stuff that floats in the water, right? And stuff that falls to the bottom of the tank. Okay, so why is that important? Because of this. You see this, right? See this thing here? Now this is called a baffle. And basically what it allows is this, right? So all the water comes into here, it fills up, then you see that tide line there, then the water from here, right, will then go into this secondary chamber and fill this secondary chamber up, right? Now, the reason for the second chamber is this. Most of the debris is trapped in the first chamber, all right? So these little baffles stop big clumps and lumps of poo and not poo and not wee, but poo and fat and grease and sludge and potato peelings and hair, they stop the majority of it going into the second chamber. So in this chamber, right, you'll still have debris go in there, but you'll have some that falls to the bottom still like that, all right? But there won't be as much as in here. So if we imagine that's a bit taller in the first chamber there you go. So imagine that's the sediment in the first chamber. In the second chamber, it will probably only be to here, okay? And the suspended solids will be a lot less in the water and smaller than in the first chamber. And you'll still have debris that floats on the surface, but it'll be smaller and there'll be a lot less of it. So that's the whole point of chamber 2. So can you get the principle here? What it's actually acting like is a filter, all right? So the more chambers you've got, the more you clean the sewage effluent before it ends going to the soaker, which we'll talk about in a moment. All right, so then in chamber 3, right, in chamber 3, you'll then have water, right? It goes in, it steps down, and so again, this will be full of water here. Okay, this is the last chamber. Now, in the last chamber, you'll still get some debris, right, that makes its way through, but it'll be a lot less than chamber 2 and a lot less than chamber 3, right? And you'll still get a bit of suspended solids in the water, but it's a lot less than chamber 2. And you will get a tiny bit of debris floating there, but as you can see, it's been filtered and screened a lot more than when it first went in the tank. And then from there, the water will make its way to your soakaway. Now, a soakaway, you know, is either a soakaway pit or it's a herringbone system, drain field, leach field, whatever you want to call it. But the point being is that is what a 3-chamber septic tank does. That's what it's designed to do, right? Some people only have 2 chambers, so the liquid and the suspended solids and all the debris in the second tank will be a lot less than the first. But it's not as effective as a 3-chamber septic tank. Now, I don't think I've ever seen a 4 or a 5-chamber septic tank. I may have seen a 4-chamber septic tank once, but they're really, really rare, right? But if you're looking to construct a septic tank, these don't kind of exist now. Up to about 20 years ago, people would have dug a hole and made their own septic tank, 3-chamber septic tank from concrete or breeze blocks, but people don't make them anymore. Even the septic tanks you buy, the plastic ones, right? They still are not as effective as a 3-chamber septic tank. So there you go. I hope that's answered your question. Yeah, so that's why they're called a 3-chamber septic tank, and that's what they do. So look, if you want to learn some more answers to your questions, then just go onto Google and type in septic tank TV, or you can go to septictank.co.uk. But listen, thank you very much for taking the time to watch this live broadcast today, and over and out, and I'll speak to you soon.
If you've got dogs, then you're probably familiar with having to pick up the dog poop every morning and maybe every evening when you come home from work. And if you're like me, maybe you've got a little pile of dog poop down the bottom of the garden that you add to. When it gets too tall, you then start a new pile. Or if you've got time, you bag it and you bin it, and when the bin's full, you empty it and then you start filling it up again. Well, this is what we came up with. A dog poop septic tank. Yeah, that's right. Right. So now all you literally do is you get your dog poop, you pick it up, you take the lid off and you put it in here. Put the lid back. And inside there's an organic ecosystem made of worms and bacteria. And they break down the dog poop into safe, clean, natural, organic fertilizer that just drains away naturally into the soil. This is an above ground septic tank, so you don't have to worry about burying it. It can go on the lawn, it can go in the yard, it can go in the garden, it doesn't matter, it can go anywhere. This dog poop septic tank is strong and it's sturdy, it's light, but not only that, on top of it you'll notice that there's an organic air filter. So if
if you're worried about smells coming from the dog poop septic tank, then don't, because it doesn't smell. Because the organic air filter filters any odours, all your smell is the roses and the fresh air in your garden. And this is a real septic tank. It's not like some of those bins that claim to be made in the style of a septic tank. It's a real septic tank because it's got an inlet, it's got an air vent, and it's got an actual soak away. So if you want to dispose of your dog's poop safely, naturally, alternatively, and organically, then go ahead and get yourself a dog poop septic tank.
Hello, Jason here. And in this live broadcast, I'm going to I'm going to answer the question, what to do with abandoned septic tanks. Now, don't often get asked this question, and it's an amazing question. Whoever asked it, thank you so much. In fact, just looking now, I think it was Sophie. So thank you very much, Sophie, for asking such an amazing question. So let me try and give you an amazing answer, all right? What to do with an abandoned septic tank? Okay, so let's say you've put your new septic tank and soak away somewhere else, right? Maybe it's next to your old tank, maybe it's far away, but right, so you've got two options with your septic tank. So let's say this is the grass, right? And here is the old septic tank. So I'm gonna, if I just put that old septic tank, there we go. So what can you do with your old septic tank? Because look, if you've got animals or you've got children, you don't want them falling into this big cavity in the ground, because you know it'll injure them, or worst case scenario, you know, it's dangerous and it could kill someone. Okay, so let me give you the options. Option number one, you could dig it all out. Okay, so you've got a digger on site, you could dig it out. So if it's a plastic one, a fiberglass one, if it's a concrete one, you could use your digger bucket to crush it, to smash it all up, dig it out and take it away somewhere. You could do that. Some people do that. Personally, it's a lot of hassle, and it can be dangerous as well, because you imagine you're digging out a structure that's been in the ground for goodness knows how long. You know, once your digger starts getting close to the edge here, you know, you could topple into it. So the situation could become worse than it was formerly. But nevertheless, that's option number one. You could dig it out. Number two, all right, my favorite option is to fill it in. Fill it in. You've got all this soil and rubble from digging the hole where you've put your new septic tank and soak away, right? So you could just fill it in with bricks and rubble and soil. So if it's filled in, right, then there's no cavity there anymore. So no one can fall into it because there's nothing to fall into. So you can actually leave the entire structure there. If there is a concrete lid on there, you can just break it in a bit with a digger bucket, bang, bang, bang it down. And then when the hole's big enough, just pour or scoop all the soil into it. If you've got rubble on site, just tip it into it until it's full. So if the kids ever did get in there, if the dog ever did fall in there, whatever, it's only going to fall in an inch or half an inch, worst case scenario, because things do settle over time. So, but the point is to fill it in. Some people even put their new septic tank in the old septic tank. So they put it in here, say, like that, they'll put it in there, and then they'll concrete around it or fill it with shingle or sand. So for me, if you've got an old abandoned septic tank and it's posing a threat to you or your family, or you're just worried about it, yes, you can dig it out, get a skip, put it all on the skip, but you've got to end up filling the hole back in anyway. But for me, every time, once it's decommissioned, fill it in. If it's full in, if it's full up, I got there in the end, I need to get my teeth back in. If it's full up, there's nothing to fall into. Okay, so there you go. So that's what I would do with an old abandoned septic tank. That's what I do. So how cool is that? So if you want to see more of me, right, just go to Septic Tank TV. Look at that. All right. And I'll give you loads more videos. These live broadcasts I do every day. I give you loads of free tips, free help, free advice. That's why I love doing these shows, because I love helping people for free. Don't want a penny off you. So just go into Google, type in Septic Tank TV, and you can see more of me. Look, if you want me to actually speak to you in person, then just go to septictank.co.uk. Give me a help. I probably need some help, but look, I'm there to give you some help. So just give me a ring, and I look forward to speaking to you soon.
If you wonder why I'm running, it's because there's a bull after me.
This is the septic tank, and this is the soakaway.
I have no actual idea where the septic tank and soakaway are. So this is an amazing place. I mean, I get to go on some really fantastic places.
Today, we're talking about something that's very, very close to my heart.
You know, so I just wanted to show you what...
Hello, Jason here from septictank.co.uk.
This is really starting to freak me out now. I'm in a wood in the middle of nowhere. It's getting dark. I can't find the septic tank and soakaway, and there's someone following me, hiding in between the trees there. I mean, I'm absolutely in the middle of nowhere. Come on out! Why are you hiding?
And this is what we came up with. A dog poop septic tank. Yeah, that's right.
And if you're just joining me, oh man alive. Yes, I'm live on a site inspection here. Heck, that's really heavy. Look at that. That's a really heavy old soakaway pipe.
So there you can see an outlet pipe. Now that outlet pipe is discharging straight into a watercourse.
It's a bit of a stretch, but septictank.co.uk. Yes, we're live to the planet tonight, rather. Today even. God, man, alive. Time goes so fast. But anyway, look, we're live to the planet right now. We're the UK's first septic tank TV channel, and we're live today. So that's right. If you want to watch more episodes, then just go to septictank.co.uk. There you'll see Septic Tank TV, and you'll see hundreds and hundreds of episodes of free advice. This is why I do this. The whole reason I do this TV channel is because I want to help you save money and fix your problems. All right, so let's crack on. So if you're wondering why I'm looking at the other screen here, it's because people are asking me questions, so I'm going to try and answer them, okay? So let's rock and roll here. All right, so we've got Madge. All right, Madge. Right, okay, so what is Madge asking? Madge is asking, okay, what permissions do I need to install a septic tank? Listen, Madge, that's a very, very good question. So it's really simple. All right, so there's a date that depends what permissions and certifications and stuff like that, applications you need to fill in. So, all right, so let me just start with this date. All right, so just bear with me a second. There we go. So we got a date. All right, and that date is the 1st of Jan 2015. So can we see that there? Just let me move that along a bit there to there. There we go. All right, you can tell this is live anyway, which is good, isn't it? Yeah. So Madge is asking me, what permissions does she need to install a septic tank? Well, it all hinges on this date here. All right, this date, 1st of Jan 2015, because you've got two parts to it, right? you've got before. All right, you've got before and you've got after. So let me deal with before. If you're moving into a property, if you live in a property, if you're considering buying a property that had a septic tank or any type of sewage system installed on the property before the 1st of Jan 2015, you do not need oh, it would help if I could spell, wouldn't it? Yeah. So let me do this, all right? So let me do that now. All right, so let me start again. Okay. You do not need permission. There we go. Can you see all that? Yeah. All right. All right. So if you've got a septic tank on your land, if you're buying a property with a septic tank or cesspool or cesspit, any type of sewage system, it doesn't matter the size or condition of it, regardless. If that septic tank was installed prior to the 1st of Jan 2015, you do not need permission from anyone. You don't need permission from UK building regs, and you don't need permission from the Environmental Agency. If you're looking to put a new septic tank in or install one, and it was after the 1st of Jan 2015, then you need permission. All right, it's pretty straightforward, isn't it? So I'll just say that once more and then I'll move on, right? So it's crystal clear, Madge, okay? Before the 1st of Jan 2015, if you're looking to replace your septic tank or put a new one in, and there was already some kind of sewage system existing prior to 2015, you do not need permission. Oh, great. You can put an entirely new system, in. It can be a different size, it can be a different color, it can be a different shape, it can be located somewhere completely different. It doesn't matter. If there was some kind of sewage system on that land that you're buying or you live in that was installed prior to 2015, you do not need permission. And it's on the government website there. We do not want to know, because before they came out with these new rules and regulations, they were just inundated with applications and stuff like that. So they've tried to make it really easy. However, if you're looking to install a new septic tank or soak away, and this existing septic tank and soak away on there was installed after the 1st of Jan 2015, then you need to go through the normal building application routes and channels. So you need permission. All right. So I hope that's clear, Madge. So let's move on to the next question here. The next question is, I'm selling my house. All right, Peter. All right, this is Peter, by the way. Peter, I'm buying a house with, no, I'm selling a house. Sorry, I'm selling a house with a septic tank. What tips or advice can you give me? All right, that's a very good question, Peter. All right, so let me ask this. Let me answer this one. So let me just rub that off. So Peter is selling a house with a septic tank. All right, so if you're selling a house with a septic tank, or in fact, I'm going to put here as well, buying. All right, so let's put that in brackets. If you're buying a house with a septic tank, or you're selling a house with a septic tank, then what I'm about to tell you is very, very important, and it will save you a lot of money. All right, so the thing is this, right? When you come to sell your property, the solicitor representing, if I just put some words here, all right? You've got the solicitor of people buying house, right? And he'll want to know certain things. He'll want to know the condition of the septic tank. He'll want to know stuff like capacity, the age, the maintenance. So he'll want to know a ton of information, condition, capacity, age, and maintenance. He'll want to know when it was last repaired. He'll want to know what materials it's made from, and all this kind of stuff and more. He'll want to know a ton of information. Now, at this point, the people selling the house, they've had a septic tank for years. They're used to it. Maybe the people buying your house don't know what a septic tank is, and they're frightened. They're a bit circumspect. Maybe they've had a septic tank before and they've had problems with it. So these questions that the solicitor or the people looking to buy your house is normal. But however, what happens is, if you're suddenly asked all these questions, right, then it throws people into a tizzy. They're like, oh man, okay, no one's ever asked me these questions before. And the only documentation is that they'll rummage around the drawers and places like that and try and find septic tank emptying receipts. And they'll hand those to the solicitor, and the solicitor will get them and go, right, okay, this tells me that you had your septic tank emptied on such and such a date, and you've had it done 3 times now. You got anything else? And people normally say no. So they'll hand that to the people buying a house, and it's just not enough information. And these people will be researching online. What's a septic tank? How's a septic tank works? Dum-de-dum-de-dum-de-dum. And eventually, 9 times out of 10, what happens is they'll get 3 people to visit your house to look at your septic tank. And those people inevitably will come back to the clients of the solicitor, and they'll say, look, you know, you got this 2020 ban coming in, all these new rules and regulations, legislation coming in. We want to replace your system. And they'll end up getting 3 quotes for like 10, 15, 20,000 quid. And the solicitor representing the people buying a house will come back to you and say, look, we think your septic tank is tired and worn. We'd like to put a new system in. We've had 3 quotes, and it's going to cost anywhere from 10 to 15,000 quid. All right. So if you're happy to reduce the price of your house by that amount, then we're happy to buy it. And this is what happens. And people selling the house are like, hold on a second, stuff that. I'm not dropping my house price by 15,000 quid to flipping the. But then you have to acquiesce in the end, because, you know, this problem is going to keep cropping up. If it's not with these people, it's going to be with the next ones. So people normally have to drop their house price by 10, 15, 20, 25,000 quid, right, when they get asked these questions. But, Peter, in answer to your question, what tips can I give you if you're selling a house with a septic tank, is you need one of these. It's called a government compliance form, and I'm giving them away for free on septictank.co.uk. This government compliance form will literally save you thousands and thousands and thousands of pounds, right? It'll stop them knocking the price of your house down by 15 grand, because it's a form. On there, you'll notice that there's blanks there, right? And for example, they say the sewage system, this is what the form says, that you've got to sign and date at the end. And it says the sewage system I have installed at my property is a such and such septic tank, for argument's sake, right? The sewage, where's the sewage system located? So you'd write that down in the front garden, the back garden. The sewage system has a capacity of X amount of litres. All right, so you'd fill that in. If you're not sure, then just have a look at your septic tank emptying receipts. They'll tell you on that. The sewage system's constructed out of whatever. It could be plastic, could be fiberglass, could be bricks, concrete, whatever, etc., etc. And so you fill out this form. You go to septictank.co.uk, download as many free copies as you want, print them off, display one in your utility room, one in your kitchen, and hand one to your solicitor. So then what happens is, right, when their solicitor comes to buy your property, representing the people buying your property, says to you all these questions, you just hand him this form and he'll get it and he'll look at it and go, wow, all right. Then he'll hand that to the people and they'll have like a dossier, a documented form, service history, right, of what tank you've got, how you've cared and cherished it for it, etc., etc., etc. And this form, which is free, will save you 15, 20 to 30,000 quid. So that's if you're selling a house with a septic tank. What if you're buying a house with a septic tank? Well, ask to see the government compliance form. If I was buying a house, I'd ask to see the government compliance form of the people selling the house. If they didn't have one, then obviously you'd have to get some people in, 2 or 3 quotes, to go and look at the condition of the septic tank in the house that you're buying, and then accordingly you'd knock them down for the price of the new system. So there you go. That is how to deal with that on both accounts. So I hope that's answered your question, Peter. So let me just do that. All right, so who else have we got asking questions? Timothy. All right, Timothy. Timothy is asking, what certification do you need when buying a septic tank? Okay, that's a good question, Timothy. So if you're buying a septic tank, for it to be legal and approved by the UK government, it's got to have 2 things. First thing it's going to have is a CE mark, which you see on most things now. If you've been toys, that your kids' toys you buy, your headphones, pens, whatever, they've all got, they've all got CE marks on. Yeah, look at that. And and so the tank has to have a CE mark. The second thing that it needs to have is an EN 125 EN 12566-1 certification. It's very hard to talk. All right, I'm not the best speller at the best of times, right? Don't even know if I spelled that wrong, but the point is, right, an EN 12566-1 certification. And what that means is that the septic tank is built to a certain specification. For example, it would have a process that goes on inside the tank that separates the liquids from the solids. It's made to a certain standard. So, it's made to a certain standard that it's fit for use. All right. And so those are the 2 main things that your septic tank supplier or your septic tank manufacturer should be able to supply and provide you with. Now, just at this point, however, just like to point out that there's 2 types of septic tanks. All right. So there is a domestic septic tank, and there is a non-domestic septic tank. All right, so just to differentiate between the 2 now. So these requirements fit the bill of a domestic septic tank. A domestic septic tank is generally categorized or classed as this. It would be a place where you lived 24/7 with your wife and your kids. All right, that's what they class by a domestic septic tank. And so a non-domestic septic tank basically would be a septic tank that would cater for mobile homes, outhouses, stables, workshops, granny annexes, etc. place where holiday lets, stuff like that, right? Caravans, you know, things like that, temporary kind of places where people work or may stay, but it's on a temporary basis. All right, it may be they may be there 24 hours a day for a certain period, but they're not there every day, 365 days a year. And so these rules and regulations only apply to domestic septic tanks, whereas a non-domestic septic tank has no rules and regulations governing it at all. I mean, just another point to that. Obviously, you know, a septic tank shouldn't be a pollutant of any kind. So obviously, you've got to use common sense when choosing which septic tank is suitable for you. But obviously, you know, you've got to be a responsible septic tank installer, and whatever tank you put in shouldn't pollute the environment or endanger people's or children's or families' lives or the environment. So whilst there's a lot of rules and regulations tied up with domestic septic tanks, there's hardly any rules and regulations governing non-domestic septic tanks. So I hope that's answered your question, Peter. Let's have a look. What else have we got here? All right, so I'm going to answer one last question then. Let's see. Oh, that's an interesting name. Eugene. Okay, all right, Eugene. All right, Eugene's asking me what's best, an onion style septic tank or a low profile septic tank? Okay, very good question, Eugene. So let's put this. So let me start here. So we've got onion. It really would help if I could spell. Right. All right. All right. So here we go. So we got an onion or an onion. Oh, that's strange. I know loads of people called Mr. and Mrs. Onion. And I have called them because I'm ignorant, you see. And I said, hello, Mrs. Onion. Said, no, I'm Mrs. Onion. So onion, onion, however you want to call it, but an onion, onion, right, shape, style. We're going to call this style. All right, septic tank. And you've got a low profile bullet. Septic tank. All right, so I suppose we could put here, right? Watch this. Going to get very competitive now. Versus. Well, so what are the pros and the cons? All right, Eugene's asking me of each. Well, so let's put the pros here. And let's put the cons there, right? Can you see that on the screen there? Yeah, pros and cons, just about. All right, so the pros of the onion-shaped septic tank is that they're cheaper to buy. So typically an onion-shaped septic tank, you'll see them, the onion-shaped septic tank, they're kind of, this is what they look like. I'll try my best. Look like that. And the bullet ones look something like that. Okay, so yeah, okay, that's pretty much what they look like. So the onion-shaped septic tank, typically they're made of fiberglass, so they're light, and they're generally cheaper to buy than the low-profile bullet-shaped septic tanks. So what else? So the pros of the, well, I'll start with the pros and the cons of the onion one. And that's where it ends, actually. They were brilliant in the late 80s and the early 90s, these onion-shaped septic tanks. But the cons are, right, you've got to spend about 700 quid to concrete them in. 700-800 quid. Unless you concrete the onion tanks in, the manufacturers don't warranty them. You need a bigger digger, and they take 5 times longer. All right, so let me explain what I mean by that. All right, so these onion tanks, unless you concrete them in, well, I'll start with digging the hole first, right? The onion tank, as you can see, is almost 2/3 bigger, taller than the bullet-shaped septic tank. And so for that reason, you need a bigger digger. Whereas the digger for this would be about 225 quid a week. The digger for that, you're looking at 400 or 500 quid a week. So suddenly, although it's been cheaper to buy, you suddenly lost that profit because you're having to get a bigger digger in. Once you've dug the hole, which typically takes about a day, you've then got to, oh yeah, another thing I forgot, you've got to anchor it in. You actually need an anchor, not like a ship's anchor, but you've actually got to put straps on a lintel and tie it down, because the reason being, if there's any water or moisture in the hole, they just pop up out of the ground, right? So oh man, those anchors are about 200-300 quid. Yeah, so I forgot about that. So you need a bigger dinker? You need a bigger digger, right? You need an anchor. Then you've got to concrete them in. You've got to backfill them, and you've got to get either mix it by hand yourself, spend the day mixing the cement and the concrete, or you get a digger in. Costs anywhere from 6 to 900 quid to put a big concrete blanket or jacket around these tanks, right? Then you've got to wait a day or two for it to set, and then the outlet pipe on them is about typically 1 meter below the grass, right? So, and that causes more problems because the deeper down you have to go depends on the depth of the soakaway and the size of the soakaway. So I'm just being really brief in giving you the pros and the cons here. So whilst they're cheaper to buy, in reality, by the time you put one of these in, they're going to cost you 1,500 to 2 grand more. And if you just spent 200 quid in the first place buying a low profile bullet-shaped septic tank. So the pros on these are everything really. No concrete. You just literally backfill on these low profile bullet tanks. All that you use is 20 to 30 mil shingle or gravel. Costs you 200-300 quid, something like that, to backfill with the gravel. Don't need any concrete whatsoever. The hole, you only need a small digger. It takes about 40 minutes to dig the hole to put the tank into the ground. And you can literally do it in a day. The soakaway, again, because the pipes on the low profile are shallow, coming about here. So it's literally starting about half a foot below the grass. You can actually start your soakaway. So no concrete. Let's put an hour and a half. Right. Let me just put this here. So I just get rid of that and start that again. So no concrete. If I put I'll get this right. Anyway, 1.5 hours to install. It takes 5 times quicker. Man alive. Oh man, soakaway is shallow. And probably 5 or 6 other things, but I'm just being quick rather than dragging this out. So the cons are, there is no cons. There really is no cons. I mean, since low profile septic tanks came on the market, I don't know, 5 years ago, something like that, they just beat these onion tanks hands down. The reason onion tanks are still popular is because people don't know, or lots of people don't know, that these low profile bullet septic tanks are around. I just thought of another con when I say a con, disadvantage, these are made from fiberglass, right? So here's another one made from fiberglass. So they puncture and crack very easily, whereas these are made from HDPE, which is like high density polyethylene kind of plastic. You can hit it with a sledgehammer. They're like bulletproof. You can drop them from a 3rd-story window and they just bounce around. So for many, many, many reasons, right? Primarily, I suppose, if you were to sum up the onion tank, I suppose if you wanted me to sum up the pros and the cons, how much room have I got there? I would suppose they are expensive, and hassle and time consuming, right? I used to put these in consuming, right? So they're expensive to put in, probably, as I said, 1,500, £2,000 more by the time you put one in than one of these. The time consuming in the sense of take about a week to put in, even longer, 7 days. It's a hassle. These you can get in, as I said, in 1.5 hours. I mean, it just, so for me personally, it's a no-brainer. It makes sense. If you're looking for a septic tank, please do your research and, consider all the options before you thinking of saving, I'm saving 200 quid on buying this tank, yippee. But it's, as I said, the builders merchants don't tell you that the back end is going to cost you 1,500. That choice is going to cost you an additional 1,500, £2,000 if you go that particular route. So there you go. I hope that's helped you, Eugene. So listen, thank you very much for taking the time to watch my broadcast today. I've got to go now. God, time's getting on. But look, if you want more free advice and information, then just go to septictank.co.uk. You can watch this broadcast again and again and again if you like watching me talking about septic tanks. But there's loads of other kind of videos on there as well, free advice. So look, if you want free advice and you want to save money and you've got a septic tank, then please get yourself one of these. First and foremost, right? Septic tank government compliance one. Get yourself one. They're free. I don't want a penny. Go to septictank.co.uk, click the buttons that says septic tank ban. Download many copies as you want. Put one in your kitchen, your utility room. Hand one to your solicitor. If you come to sell your house, they'll save you thousands and thousands of pounds and make your septic tank compliant before the 1st of Jan 2020. So listen, thanks a lot, as I said, for watching my broadcast. Hope you have a great day, and I'll speak to you soon.
Hello, Jason here from septictank.co.uk. You're just joining me. I'm live on site, and I'm looking for the soakaway of a septic tank. Why? Because the people who own the septic tank are worried about the new rules and regulations that come into force on the 1st of January 2020. As you probably know by now, if you're a septic tank owner, the UK government are bringing in a whole new load of rules and regulations. There's some of the biggest changes that have ever to take place regarding septic tanks in this country. And basically, if your septic tank and your soakaway is polluting a watercourse such as a river, a stream, a ditch, a brook, culvert, etc., then it will become illegal after the 1st of January 2020. And obviously many people are worried and stressed about all this, and so they get people like myself out, septic tank consultants, to come and do a site inspection, site survey to see if their septic tank is legal or illegal, or will be illegal or legal. So, all right, so it looks like I've just found it actually. The septic tank, if I just turn around, there you go. Can you see where that blue pipe is? That is what I suspect is the soakaway pipe. And it is running. In fact, if I just turn around here, can you see? I don't know if you can see it, but actually there's like a ditch that it runs down. I'll show you a bit better now. And so this is a typical example of what, here you go, if I come down here, right, there we go. There is the pipe behind me, and you probably can't see it very well, but there is like a ditch that I'm actually standing in. And so whether the ditch is dry or wet or full of water or not full of water, it doesn't matter. A ditch, according to the government, is a ditch is a ditch. So let me just close in on here. So, all right, there it is. So let me turn around and show you. There you go. That is the pipe belonging to the septic tank. Ooh. And soak away. There we go. So, this holly, is prickly. Trust me to kneel down in the holly. Oh, there we go. All right. So let me just get out of the way of the holly. There we go. So there is the end of the septic tank soakaway pipe. Obviously, it's coming. It's obviously been mould under the ground there. But this is a typical example of a septic tank and soakaway that will become illegal on the 1st of Jan 2020. So if you've got a septic tank and a soakaway that is discharging into a ditch or a watercourse or, you know, a stream or a brook, something like that, and you're concerned, you're worried about if your septic tank's legal or illegal, then you've got two options, right? Well, three options. Third option, for option one, just forget about it. Don't do anything about it. Number two, you could give me a ring on 0800 907 0051, or you could visit septictank.co.uk. I've made quite a few videos there showing you how to make your septic tank legal for free. That's right. There's a very simple and easy way to make your septic tank legal. You can get a government compliance form for septic tanks. A government compliance form for septic tanks. So if you go to septictank.co.uk, you can see, get yourself a free form there. Doesn't cost you a penny. Or if your septic tank is, as you can see here, discharging into a watercourse or a ditch, like, there we go, like this one, then just give me a ring for free advice and information. That's septictank.co.uk, or as I said, give us a bell on 0800 907 0051. So yeah, I'm going to have a closer look at the septic tank and soakaway pipe here, but my initial thoughts are, because this is actually a ditch that I am walking in, that actually drains down to the neighbour's property below, there's a good chance that this septic tank and soakaway will be illegal. So anyway, so thank you very much for taking the time to watch this live site inspection of mine. So as I said, if you want any more information, then just visit septictank.co.uk.
The live broadcast. Okay, now today I'm going to be explaining the question, what is a septic tank pump? What is a septic tank pump? Because probably 40% of septic tanks up and down the country actually cannot exist or function without a pump. So what is a septic tank pump? Well, let's have a look. So here's a typical scenario that many septic tank owners find themselves in, and it's a very strange one, right? Because in this instance, the soakaway is uphill, right? The soakaway is uphill. And as you know, typically septic tanks work via gravity, all right? So what does that mean? Well, water comes out of the septic tank typically, and then it drains away. For example, streams and rivers flow into the ocean. The ocean, sea level, is the lowest point on the earth. Okay, what I mean is, you know, above the waters, you know, sea level, before you actually go below water to the ripping bottoms of the ocean. What I'm saying is, on land, the lowest point of land is sea level. All right, and so all the rivers and all the streams flow into the sea. All right, so typically septic tanks work via gravity. You know, it comes out of the septic tank, it goes into the soakaway, it goes through the soil, through the fields, into the brooks, into the streams, and then makes its way into the sea. So what happens then? What happens if your soakaway is uphill? Because you can't defy the law of gravity. And this is the situation we find ourselves in. Here's a soakaway that's actually, if we go to the septic tank now, here's the soakaway uphill. So how on earth, right? How on earth do you get the stuff in the septic tank, right, up here? Well, that's exactly what I'm going to show you, okay? And thankfully, due to some very clever people, so let's give you the scenario here. So, all right, so let's take away the panel. And so here we go, let's fill the tank up with water. Okay, so we've got to get all this wastewater now up the hill here into the soakaway. How do we do it? How do we do it? Well, some very clever boffin invented a pump, all right? So I know that sounds strange, but let me show you exactly what I mean. So here we go. So this is called a pump chamber, all right? This is called a pump chamber. And it's very, very clever. It almost works on like a ball cock, like a float switch. So you remember the old cisterns you had like a ball cock in, when the water when you flushed the toilet, the cistern would then fill up and the ball cock would rise, and then it would shut off and it would be loaded, ready to flush again. Well, a pump works in exactly the same way. So here's all the wastewater from the septic tank. Now from here, because it can't go uphill, it goes first of all into the water, leaves the septic tank. Let's go in for a deeper dive here. It leaves the outlet pipe on the septic tank and actually makes its way into the pump chamber. So there you go. So the pump chamber now is full of water. All right. So now we've got to get it. How does it get it up the hill? Well, first of all right, if your soakaway is uphill, the first thing that you need to connect the pump chamber and the soakaway is an inspection chamber. All right. And the inspection chamber, from the inspection chamber to the pump chamber, you need to put a pipe. All right. It looks like a hose pipe, agreed. I've made it green just for illustrative purposes. Okay. So here we go. So the pump chamber, water comes from the septic tank. It goes into the pump chamber and then it makes its way up to the soakaway. So how does that work? Well, let me show you. Let's go closer in. Inside the pump chamber is where all the magic happens. So let me just take the water away. Inside, as I said, there's a float switch, like a ball cock in the old cisterns. And what happens is, as the pump chamber fills up with water, the float switch will rise, okay? And when it rises to a certain height, the motor will then kick in. So let me show you, all right? So you get water comes in from the septic tank through the outlet pipe, and it fills the chamber up. All right, that's pretty explanatory so far, isn't it? Okay. Then the float switch inside here will then rise to the top. Did you see that? I'll do that again. I'll go a bit closer. So there's the float switch there. All right. So before it was here, and when the water goes in, it rises to the top. There you go. And then what happens is the motor kicks in and it sucks and draws all the water out from here. So let me show you that. So whoosh. So the water sucks all the water out, right? All the water then is discharged and travels up this pipe into the distribution box here. And then it's distributed into the here, look at that. So let me just slow that down. That's going a bit too fast, that is. So let me just, there you go. Look at that. How cool is that? So it makes its way up and then it goes and is discharged into the soakaway here. Look at that. That's cool, isn't it? All right. And then from there, the soakaway can naturally, all right, naturally do its job and soak away into the ground. And that's it. So if you've got a septic tank, right, that's in a normal situation, and you'll be surprised how many people ring me up, right, and you've got a soakaway uphill, then all you need is a pump chamber. All right, it's a pretty simple solution. It's an amazing invention, whoever came up with it. Okay, so there you go. That is answered the question, what is a septic tank pump? And more to the point, that's how a septic tank